Well, here we are, the grand finale that's taken me an entire week to actually get to this point, despite the fact that this is what I initially set out to do. Basically record a rant, ramble, slash review of this god-awful movie. Right. It's basically 8:30 in the morning. I've only got a few hours before work, so hopefully this will basically give me that crime time crunch that I need in order to get this out on time. So, let's begin. It's actually amazing what giving a couple of weeks before you make a video on something can really do to your thought process on taking everything as in total. Not to necessarily mean that you've necessarily calmed down or changed your mind, but there are other things out there that could give you like a bit more context as to what's been going on. Now, effectively speaking, when it comes to Disney Star Wars, I've mainly focused on Kathleen Kennedy and the diversity quota that's basically being pushed at Disney Lucasfilm as a completely shallow means of this film studio in order to appear more progressive to cash in on a progressive audience. That's ultimately true. I don't necessarily believe that like there's any situation where that isn't going to be a real thing. However, there's definitely something else that's definitely going on over at Lucasfilm, and I think that basically I could take the moment to talk about like what's going down with that, especially because this movie kind of goes out of its way to put the progressive ideas into the background, you know what I'm saying? I recently watched a video that I'm really not going to name in which the guy that's basically like analyzing the entirety of the Disney trilogy effectively boils it down to why these movies are nothing more than self-insertist fan fiction. And his assertion is basically 100% correct, and I realized that this was going to be correct as soon as I walked out of The Force Awakens. Granted, I didn't know all about Rey being a Mary Sue just yet, but these movies tick every single box about being fan fiction because effectively speaking, like effectively speaking, what's going on with The Force Awakens is that it's really just the plot of A New Hope told from the storyteller's perspective, as in, they've inserted themselves into A New Hope and they're experiencing the adventure just like how it was in the original trilogy, albeit with just enough differences to where they can claim that they're being completely original. Effectively speaking, like, his argument would later go on to basically kind of like inform about basically what happened with The Force Awakens and the Last Jedi, and it actually kind of makes sense in a lot of way because you remember what I said, one throwaway line in my Last Jedi review that's basically like friggin' like maybe 6 or 9 hours, I can't friggin' remember, where I basically said that the movie legitimately comes off like Rian Johnson is bitter about how he wasn't able to direct the first entry in the Disney trilogy. Well, basically speaking, like the theory asserts that that's how it's going on. The theory basically goes on to say that the reason that Rian Johnson's movie is so radically different from the Force Awakens and why it was so irreverent towards not just why it was so irreverent towards the Force Awakens themes and story beats is because Rian Johnson purportedly hated the concept of how fan fictiony The Last Jedi was. So his response to that was to basically write his own fan fiction. Yeah, that's basically what the video argument boiled down to. The fact that basically Ryan Johnson and J.J. Abrams are two grown-ass 12-year-olds who are arguing over whose fanfic interpretation of the Star Wars franchise is better. And the way that they end up doing that is that one makes a movie to basically undo what that previous movie did, and then the other has to make another movie to undo what that previous movie did. I guess that really does explain Ryan Johnson in a nutshell, doesn't it? He's accusing everybody else of being a man-baby, but he doth protest too much. The reason why he's raging so hard against this is because he knows that he's the real man-child in this situation. Ultimately speaking, you might believe that this makes it a little bit more understandable, but it doesn't exactly excuse Ryan Johnson for what he did, because, well, for the one thing, he was basically brought on to continue a story that's been going on since the 1940s, with its earliest incarnation being made in 1999, so... Wait, did I say the 1940s? I meant 40 years ago, 1977, okay? He's continuing a story that's been ongoing for the last 40 years or so he had to basically realize at some point that he has to act like a team player instead of the selfish cunt that he is, and he made the latter decision instead of the former. Secondly, just because he's not only raging against like the plot and themes that have been set up in The Force Awakens, he's raging against the entire structure and lore of the entire Star Wars franchise, because he's instead replacing it for how he thinks that this lore should have been from the beginning. Now, like I said, there are some things about The Last Jedi that show that the writing for this movie could have been a lot better, with Luke being disillusioned with the old Jedi Order, but that doesn't mean that there doesn't need to be another Jedi Order, because what was the point of Luke becoming a Jedi then, if not to basically create his own Jedi Order and restore and basically kind of redeem the legacy of the Jedi, because... At present, the Jedi don't have any sort of redemption at all. They basically were a flawed system, and they suffered the consequences for it. But with Luke basically like being the last Jedi as of Return of the Jedi don't actually return because Luke is disillusioned with the very idea of being a Jedi. But that's about The Last Jedi. I'm not going to really talk about that all that much often, but... You get the sense that these are fan fictions, and the worst part about it is that Ryan Johnson's fan fiction, it follows the same story beats as Empire Strikes Back, but he moved around the set pieces as an excuse to basically claim originality, and of course he went along with the bullshit progressive politics as if he's somehow a woman in disguise, trapped in a man's body possibly. But anyways, like... The movie that ultimately proves that all of this really was no plan, and all of this basically was just an entire corporation's attempt to make a really, really bad fan fiction, really comes in with Episode 9. And ultimately, like, the way that I see it is that without George Lucas at the helm actually giving direction of where these stories should go and how they should be different from the other movies, I honestly believe that there was no ability to where this would not have happened. That basically speaking, like, this was inevitable. The movies were always going to be this sort of quality because Disney is going by the numbers instead of actually having passion for what is going on here. Now, some of you might say that, like, that J.J. Abrams got screwed over by Ryan Johnson, just like how J.J. Abrams is supposedly being screwed over by Disney right now. Now, I don't necessarily know if I believe that whole narrative 100%. It sounds like something that Disney would definitely do, but I honestly don't think that J.J. Abrams is actually good enough to actually be all of this concern. He's good enough on a superficial level, but the idea that Disney literally hired this guy so that they could literally destroy his career and make him unmarketable to a rival studio, it comes off as a bit I don't know, a bit paranoid in my mind. And the idea that basically, like, his movie got basically ruined because Ryan Johnson was jealous of his, was hated the idea of his movie, it gives J.J. Abrams a bit too much credit because, let's face it, at the end of the day, with or without The Last Jedi, The Force Awakens is still a bad movie. It's a flashy movie and it looks pretty, but like I said, every single movie can look pretty nowadays. Basically speaking, you put makeup on a pig, it's still going to be a pig. That's what I'm basically like getting at, you know? Now let's talk about like the episode 9 itself because honestly, I'm just going to basically like go into an anecdote here. I did not want to see this movie. I literally went out of my way to plan on not seeing this movie. And like I mentioned to you earlier this week, my father came in for a visit, the first time I've seen him in about a year or so, and basically speaking, one of the ways that I thought about placating my father was by taking him to the movies earlier in the week before Rise of the fucking Showwalker had come out, so that basically like he'd basically like get the idea that not only were we not going to be able to come back to the movie theater in order to see the movie when it came out, that I was basically in no ways interested in seeing the movie when it came out. So I took him to see Ford versus Ferrari instead. We both had a good time. We both enjoyed the movie. We talked about it. It's a really good film. Like, basically speaking, I actually think that Ford versus Ferrari might be the best film of 2019, even beating out Joker and Parasite, which Parasite I haven't seen, but personally speaking, I feel like Ford versus Ferrari had a lot more a lot more heart and soul than the Joker did, and I was able to get behind the story a bit more, but that's neither here nor there. Basically speaking, like what happened next was that by Friday, with with Rise of Skywalker being released in theaters, my dad starts making plans for us to go see the movie, and he even offers to treat me to the movie ticket because he knows that I absolutely hate doing opening weekends on movies that I know I'm not going to enjoy. And what's even worse about it is that our movie theater starts doing assigned seating now, so he has to actually pick out the seats where we're going to be seating, and they've got these new fancy reclining chairs in the movie theater, and I'm just left thinking, oh god, he's really going all out for this, isn't he? And the worst part about it is, despite how much I tried to get out of it by basically coming up with excuse after excuse, no, I've got to work. I basically will be working until like after the last showing for the movie of the day, and then I had to go get the oil in my car changed, and then basically like, because Dad can't get to the movie theater without me. He didn't want to rent a car, and I was the only one who would be willing to chauffeur him around town. So, anyways. So finally, I caved. I mean, I decided that, like, if Dad wanted to see it and he was basically only in town for a few more days, I might as well basically use the opportunity to spend time with him because I wanted to talk to him about why these Disney movies were bad from the get-go, except we never really got around to talking about it. I figured that having a physical example of seeing the movie, which would be, like, after we walked out of the theater, would be a good excuse to talk about why these movies have failed. So we went to see it that following Saturday because by the time we were trying to get to the theater on Friday, we basically like ran out of time. We had to pick up his dry cleaning first, so spent the entire day worrying about the movie. I didn't want to see it, but my father treated me to the ticket, so instead I basically got his soda and I got his soda, the popcorn, and a stuffed pretzel. Anyway, so the worst part about this movie is that there's literally no point to actually seeing it because any potential investment you could have had for this movie being in any way, shape, or form good was ruined by The Last Jedi. They literally had to pull out completely out of their ass in order to make you invested in what this movie what had going for it, and the movie shows. But more importantly, you're not. It's not even a good. Curiosity is not even a good excuse to see this movie because, literally speaking, you already know what's going to happen in this movie. Like, literally speaking, this movie is the most predictable out of each one of the Disney Star Wars movies. And then there's the plot leaks. Effectively speaking, like, I've mentioned in the past how the plot leaks for the Joker ended up being point for point, and I honestly couldn't believe it because the plot leaks that sounded so bad that turned me off the idea of the Joker ended up being true, and, well, my opinion of the Joker is still basically relatively the same. So when it came to the idea of Rise of Skywalker being leaked left and right and all the bad ideas they had for the Rise of Skywalker, yeah, it turns out that they're all true, like 100% true. And I just could not believe it, that this is literally exactly as, like, those leaks were saying. Don't get me wrong, some of the earlier leaks that got a lot of details wrong or mixed around, but basically the later leaks ended up being the most accurate ones, so... You know, it's actually ironic when my dad told me that the title of this movie, Rise of Skywalker, means that we're going to go back in time and see, like, the origins of the Skywalker family, and I'm just left thinking that time travel was one of the most things that I was afraid of when it came to this movie. I'm so glad that they didn't go with that time travel idea, because it literally would have just made, like, it would have been just another excuse to make Rey godlike and so relevant to the Skywalker family. So, the way that it ends up going is sort of just like this. I actually think that the worst part about this entire movie is that it legitimately can't commit to anything. One of the worst parts of these of these Disney movies is the realization that all the original main cast of characters from the OT are going to be killed off one by one. This movie provides new context for that, and it makes it all the more offensive because no one from the original trilogy actually dies in this movie. And yes, you guys are saying that Princess Leia, General Leia, does die in this movie. Yeah, that's not Leia. I mean, not only is she not Leia based in the sense that she's not even the same character that the Princess Leia we know and love from the past before. No, Leia is already dead. I'm sorry, but no amount of deleted scenes or CGI footage can convince me that this character actually is, like, legitimate. It looks like Carrie Fisher, but I'm still not going to recognize it as Princess Leia. She might as well just be a phantom in this movie, and as far as I'm concerned, Leia died the moment that she got sucked out into space, because the creature that forces herself back onto the ship in that movie, that's not Leia. That's in no way, shape, or form any way ever gonna be recognized as Leia. Leia died in that movie, and I refuse to even remotely acknowledge that Leia had anything to do with this movie whatsoever. The worst the reason why all this comes off as even more insulting is because ultimately, because of the lack of original trilogy characters that die off in this movie, except for the one that's literally already dead, you get the sense that they went out of their way to kill Han and Luke, and that's what comes off as the more insulting of this entire franchise. The fact that all the other characters from the original trilogy are spared, but Luke and Han were on the chopping block. They want to cover it up with pretending that a CGI manifestation of Princess Leia can die on screen somehow means anything. Yeah, I'm not falling for it. Okay. So, let's address the elephant in the room. Palpatine. You know, it's a point of contention when it comes to Palpatine being in this movie, and it was legitimately one of the things that my father took umbrage with this movie because he literally said, like, at the end, it's literally just Return of the Jedi again. So my father actually agreed with me on some things, but we'll get to that when we get to that. So I find it so ironic because after we left the theater, my father legitimately asked me as we climbed into the car, okay, why did you hate the movie? And I wanted to play it off like, I'm just glad that we got to spend this time together, but no, my dad legitimately wanted to know what it is that I was taking issue with. And I literally told him, like, I began to go over, like, each individual plot point, like, why it doesn't work, and, well, Palpatine being in this movie was literally going to be a lose-lose situation. It's a damned if you do and damned if you don't, because at this point in the trilogy, I'm pretty sure that both Disney and Lucasfilm realize that, okay, we have basically made the entire saga completely lopsided. If we want to actually legitimize this as being the legitimate end of the Skywalker saga of Star Wars, we've basically got nothing that ties it all together with the previous two trilogies. So, who was the big bad guy of the previous two trilogies? Who was the thing that basically was the growing evil that had to be stopped? Why, it was Palpatine, of course. But Palpatine was definitively defeated in Episode 6. Well, why don't we just bring him back? Now, the thing about that is that I actually anticipated that they would do this. Not basically like when it came to the Rise of Skywalker. I anticipated that they would do this as far back as The Force Awakens. I didn't want them to do it. I wanted there to be a legitimate new threat that might make us interested, that might tie together with Palpatine. I didn't want the man himself to be there, but it felt like the most logical way to tie in everything with a trilogy. And the best part about it is that they literally had a precedent for this very same phenomenon, as in the Dark Empire comic series that was written in 1992. So, like, literally speaking, it is as I said. They nuked the expanded universe from orbit so that they could claim credit for its ideas and not have to reference it as, like, a source material. And Kathleen Kennedy is saying, oh, there's no source material that we can look to for inspiration when it comes to these movies. And yet, you're literally stealing ideas from the expanded universe. You're being so blatant with it at this point. Basically speaking, Palpatine... What the... Sorry. Okay, just ignore that. Like, I had a video go off in the background because I accidentally clicked on a mouse, so... Anyway, like, what I'm basically, like, gonna... What I was basically getting at now is that this movie basically is the Dark Empire in a lot of ways, almost the exact same feel, almost the exact same story beats, except you don't have the actual presence of Luke and Leia in this story, which is a shame because Disney wants to pretend to be all progressive. They want to pretend like they're giving women a shot at being in the spotlight when, literally speaking, the Dark Empire comics, they actually, like, Leia was just as much of a main player as Luke was, and in fact, they actually kind of shared the spotlight in taking out Palpatine, because it goes to show that the Skywalkers effectively have to band together in any way, shape, or form in order to take out Palpatine's evil. So, okay, so. But I think we might as well, like, start actually getting into it. So, I mean, just one more thing. The idea of Palpatine, like, being back. Palpatine in the Dark Empire was revealed to have been alive because he is so strong with the dark side of the Force. He basically, like, has somehow managed to pretty much, like, how am I going to put this? His dark his consciousness is now a part of the dark side of the Force, meaning that he, as the dark side of the Force, can possess people whenever they have the dark side flowing through them. And he used this in order to basically kind of reincarnate himself in the form of clone bodies that he had hidden in various facilities all around the galaxy, so that in the event of his death, he could basically one day start again and basically, like, pretty much, like, come back and surprise everyone for, like, yep, Palpy's not dead, and he is very pissed off. Kind of like that, so. Whoa. So basically, like, what I'm basically, like, trying to mention here is that the problem is that Palpatine couldn't fully reincarnate himself into a clone body, because this is one of the things that I don't necessarily like about the entire lore of Star Wars, because I feel like it's just, like, I don't know, it sort of ruins the kind of nuance that they try to take with the whole, like, shades of gray when it comes to morality with the Force and whatnot. The idea that the dark side of the Force in and of itself is literally so corrosive that it destroys the clone bodies. Like, the reason why Palpatine looks so messed up isn't because he got force lightninged in the face. No, that's basically like what he has always looked like ever since he started going into the dark side of the Force. It's basically just like he disguised himself before. So, basically speaking, the reason why the dark side of the Force is inherently corrosive, and it basically kind of deteriorates the living beings that basically, like, infuse it. Me personally, I feel like it basically could just be like the Force, like anything in all of reality. If you abuse it too much, if you try to use it, then it's going to basically, like, have a negative impact on, like, your physical health. So, okay, so what I basically want to get into now is Palpatine in his role in the entire trilogy, because, like I said, this entire movie reeks so much of desperation. They were so desperate to get people to come back after the disaster that The Last Jedi was, that they tried really hard to shoehorn in Palpatine's presence in this movie as legitimately always being planned from the get-go. Except it's clear that when you take the writing into account and the production history, Palpatine had no role in this until, like, I don't know, just until, like, production on this movie basically began. He was brought in. Ian McDiarmid literally said that, like, they didn't call him until this movie. It's like, hey, we want to bring you back as Emperor Palpatine, and basically, like, there was no plan. Like, Kathleen Kennedy, whenever she says that it was always planned from the get-go that he would come back, she's lying. We know 100% that she is. It just kind of comes off like it's so predictable that they use this as an out. They shoehorned him in specifically as an out to get out of to get out of the narrative corner they backed themselves into. And it's literally so predictable in the fact that we, literally speaking, anyone who watches The Force Awakens sees a guy like Snoke and is like, this guy is literally a discount Palpatine. It comes off as legitimately shameless with the movie coming into the confession that that Snoke literally is a discount Palpatine. And the reason he looks the way he does is because he's basically been corrupted by the dark side of the Force. He can't contain Palpatine's spirit. It causes him to deteriorate. So it's legitimately one of the most pathetic things that they've ever done, and it's so fucking shameless. And now we're going to talk about the movie itself because I'm in half an hour in and I basically only have a couple hours before work, so I actually got to get this show on the road. Because you guys remember what I said, it took me an hour for the first video I attempted, and we basically only got for the first act of the plot, so... Okay. Like I said in the previous entries, let's start out with a credit scroll in order to show us how the universe works. When we last left off with our merry band of resistance fighters, rebels at the end, they were basically boiled down to 24 or so people crammed onto the Millennium Falcon with the faintest hope that the legend of what Luke Skywalker did standing down the First Order, which rules the entire galaxy nowadays, I might add, and virtually is going unopposed across the entire galaxy. What is the state of the galaxy? How are they going to rise from the ashes and defeat the First Order when their numbers have dwindled so much? They have absolutely no resources left. They have absolutely nothing but the faintest hope and a girl with a broken lightsaber. Well, the credit scroll doesn't basically tell us anything about the state of the galaxy. Yeah. That's a huge problem with this movie because you realize that the trilogy up until this point has been about fighting the First Order. This movie isn't about fighting the First Order. The First Order is basically just, kind of there to be an obstacle, but the main focus of what this movie actually is fighting Palpatine. Now, the First Order basically, is acting as the Empire in this movie, but let's face it, we always knew that they were just a facsimile for the Empire. They just were filled with a whole bunch of, less likable and less charismatic people. So, how does the credit scroll start out? Voices of the Dead. Basically speaking, a message... a transmission received from across the galaxy from the unknown regions reveals the sinister voice of Emperor Palpatine talking of revenge. And it's basically so Palpatine has basically been hiding out in secret ever since the end of Return of the Jedi more than 30 years ago. And now, all of a sudden, he decides to let the entire galaxy know Palpy's back. That's basically what I can't really stand about movies that do something like this. One of the villain's primary strengths is the good guys not knowing that they are out there. And I'm sorry, Palpatine doesn't feel like Palpatine in this movie. Anyone who watched the prequel trilogy and has an actual appreciation for, what those movies did, knows Palpatine's character. And the thing about Palpatine is that when he wants to be subtle, he can be subtle. Literally, one of his greatest strengths and why he was able to succeed was the fact that nobody really knew what he was up to because no one could find the guy. Everybody was looking for some kind of phantom-like Sith Lord out there in the outer reaches of the galaxy hiding somewhere, when it turns out he was literally standing around in plain sight at the literal capital of the entire galaxy itself. So, literally speaking, in The Phantom Menace, it basically reveals that Palpatine and Maul were the latest in a long generation of Sith that had been hiding for a millennium, and now they were getting ready to reveal themselves to the Jedi and catch them off guard. So, basically the idea that Palpatine isn't going to use surprise to his advantage and is literally just going to flat out admit to the entire galaxy, I'm still alive and I'm coming back to claim what's mine. It's so not Palpatine in my mind. Like, there's nothing clandestine about it. Like, part of the thing with the Dark Empire is that, like, Luke and the others are trying to fight off the remnants of the Empire, and they don't want the Empire to fight again, but Luke gets drawn to, like, this planet that's out in, like, the edges of the galaxy, because he senses a strong connection to the dark side of the Force, and that's where he encounters the clone of Emperor Palpatine, and he falls into a trap. Luke doesn't have the opportunity to warn everybody that Palpatine is back, and now basically, like, Luke is captured and now has to succumb to the power of the dark side in order to keep his friends safe. Okay, so ultimately it comes off as just completely tone deaf in bringing in Palpatine, because literally speaking, like, one of the worst parts about this entire franchise, about this entire flippin' Disney trilogy, is the fact that they try to justify and explain things through supplementary material. And one of the things that they ended up trying to explain was how the Empire fell and crumbled, like with the final battle of Jakku and whatnot. Basically speaking, this is one of the stupidest things I have ever fucking heard. The way that it actually goes is that Palpatine, according to the new lore that's been established thanks to the morons that are behind this Disney trilogy and the supplementary materials, the novelizations and the friggin' books that were published in order to try and explain the history of of how this galaxy works ever since Return of the Jedi, they basically retconned it to where Palpatine, in the event of his death, would have like would have a contingency plan in place to where the Empire is literally ordered to self-immolate. The fighting is meant to go on for as long as possible, but it's supposed to be the Empire fucking self-sabotaging themselves until they get to a point where they will literally crumble and basically just no longer exist. They will literally destroy themselves. And I'm just left thinking, why would Palpatine do this if his plan was to always come back? That doesn't make any fucking sense. So, the movie starts out with the revelation that Palpatine is alive, and now everyone in the galaxy is gunning for him. The final paragraph of the opening text scroll is that Supreme Leader of the First Order, Kylo Ren, now hunts down Emperor Palpatine in order to destroy any potential threat to his rule. We then basically start out the movie with Kylo Ren fighting on this planet with a vaguely reddish atmosphere. It looks like he's going through some kind of forest, or maybe those are like jagged rock formations or pillars, but it really does look like a forest. He's got his lightsaber, he's cutting down fools left and right, and, well, this movie immediately knows how to get things started, so just keep in mind, like, the fact that we start out, like, this planet that we start out on, keep this planet in mind, because this is going to be a point of contention later on with the movie, so Eventually, Kylo Ren gets to some place where he finds a triangular device that kind of looks like a Sith holocron. Now, I'm just going to basically, tell you guys flat out, this is the Sith Wayfinder. Basically speaking, the Sith Wayfinder, is the Sith means of finding the ancient Sith homeworld of Exegol. Basically, a planet that's so powerful with the dark side, it was where the Sith cult originated and whatnot, and basically, this Wayfinder is basically, how the Sith can find their way to this planet. It's basically the MacGuffin of the entire planet, and Kylo Ren just found one of them so easily. So, he takes out his ship all the way to Exegol, and Exegol apparently has an atmosphere that's so dangerous that it's hard to navigate through. So basically, you touch down on Exegol. The surface of the planet looks incredibly barren and icy, maybe cold, dark and cold and whatnot. And there's lightning that's bouncing all around. I like to imagine that that's actually Force lightning because this place is so powerful with the dark side. And Kylo Ren goes inside this gigantic cube-like fortress. He goes in, he ignites his lightsaber, ready to kill Palpatine. He goes down to the lower levels and whatnot, and basically Palpatine starts taunting him when he comes into the chamber. We hear his voice echoing all around and whatnot, and here's one of the things that I knew that they were going to retcon as soon as Palpatine was announced, because you remember how I mentioned back in The Force Awakens that it's definite that Kylo Ren wasn't talking to anything when he was talking to Darth Vader's mask? That basically, he's certainly not talking to Darth Vader's spirit, because Anakin Skywalker was redeemed. If Anakin Skywalker is redeemed, then why wouldn't Anakin just appear to Kylo Ren and speak with him? I mean, we get the sense from the comics that it is in fact possible that Force ghosts can reach out to people who are shrouded in the dark side of the Force. Hell, in one of the original drafts for Return of the Jedi, Obi-Wan and Yoda were actually supposed to appear in the throne room on the Death Star and help Luke confront Vader and Palpatine. And Palpatine vaguely implies that there might be a possibility that Obi-Wan could somehow come back to life. I don't know. Anyways, I knew 100% what they were going to retcon that being into, and it's one of the things that I'm so friggin' irritated with. Palpatine says that every voice you have heard in your head has always been me. Kylo Ren then hears the voice of Snoke, and then he hears what I admit was a nice touch, was the voice of Darth Vader. And so that was kind of a cool thing. I mean, I don't like the fact that they retconned it, because I much prefer to think that Ben is just crazy. So, but despite the fact that literally it's a nice touch, it's like I basically keep telling my friends ever since I saw this movie, everything that's positive about this movie has a major caveat, because it shows that this movie just basically has an overall lack of commitment. You remember back in my Rogue One video where I basically said that James Earl Jones basically sounds like he just doesn't really care about Darth Vader, or is so old and so tired that he really wants to retire from voice acting altogether, like he can't keep this up anymore? I basically talked with a friend about this, and he claims to not hear it, but I can't not hear it. Vader sounds like he's getting ready to yawn between every single word that he's given. It sounds like he's just really not Vader in this sense. And yet, with this one line from James Earl Jones, basically as Darth Vader, it sounds almost perfect. It legitimately sounds like James Earl Jones legitimately cared about giving a voice to Vader for this one line, far more than he did with a whole entire scene to play with in Rogue One. And I'm just left thinking, James, you know that you could actually give a capable performance 3 years ago, and this is what you choose to put effort into. So Kylo Ren reveals that he's come to kill Palpatine, and because he was able to kill Supreme Leader Snoke, therefore he's powerful enough to kill Palpatine and whatnot. That's when Palpatine reveals that he created Snoke, that Snoke and the First Order were just puppets that he had been manipulating, and we see the tank that's filled with another set of Snoke clones, just like how I anticipated that this would end up being. So it just makes me wonder, like, what was the point? I mean, well, you want to basically hide your identity until you're ready to strike against the entire galaxy. What was the point of sending a failed clone to act in your place? Why not create something that looks so distinct from you that no one is going to accuse it of basically just being a discount Palpatine? You know what I'm saying? So basically, Kylo Ren asks the $1,000,000 question, how are you still alive? At which point, all Palpatine just parrots the saying that he gave to Anakin during the opera scene in Revenge of the Sith. The dark side is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. And that's where the camera finally reveals Palpatine, and I gotta say, I hope you enjoyed that explanation, because this is like the most egregious form of lampshading the entire trilogy does throughout every single movie. Like, basically think to Maz Kanata back in The Force Awakens, basically deflecting how she got Anakin's lightsaber, saying, an excellent question for another time. That explanation is never actually going to come. Yeah, that's basically that, except a million times worse. Because, well, basically, like, we can infer that the plot point is basically just the same as it was in Dark Empire. It's literally just, like, well, it's basically like, this Palpatine is a clone, but he needs to be kept on life support because the dark side is literally corroding his body, even to the point where his fingers are disintegrating and you can actually see bones and whatnot. I admit that's kind of disgusting, but the fact that they don't cover it, it literally comes off as just so cringeworthy. The fact that they think that they can just lampshade this and just literally just move past it as quickly as possible. Some things you're going to have to explain, you know what I'm saying? Like, so the fact that they basically want to pretend like the lore of, like, why this whole thing isn't important just literally goes to show that they basically just, well, they don't really care about actually making a story. They care about what they think is a cool idea. So, okay, so that they never explain, like, whether or not this Palpatine is a clone or not, but the worst part about it is that even though I'm positive that this Palpatine is in fact a clone, because it can't possibly be the original Palpatine, the press leading up to this movie, with basically, like, talking about, like, basically kind of like trying to build up hype for the movie, Disney Lucasfilm tried to bullshit us once again by claiming that, yes, it's not a clone, it is in fact the original Palpatine. So they wanted to insult us even further. Like, Palpatine in this movie, like, his dark side spirit being a nebulous thing, you could basically make the argument that that robs Anakin Skywalker of his redeeming act, the last good thing that he did in life and whatnot. I'm sort of give or take on it because I like the Dark Empire comic line. I thought that it was a great way to continue the story, and I don't feel like it personally robbed Anakin of anything, because if it's going to be a clone that his spirit basically was able to possess and incarnate and reincarnate into, then I could ultimately get behind that. But trying to basically explain that it's actually the original Palpatine in the flesh, that the one that we saw in Return of the Jedi was actually the clone. That's where I get pissed off. That's where the insult comes in. So thankfully the movie doesn't touch upon that, so I think that I'll just basically like keep on going. One thing that I really dislike about the movie is that Exegol is such a dark planet, and you only ever see any form of light coming in thanks to the lightning strikes outside. And I'm just left thinking, aren't we supposed to be in a closed building or something? How is the lightning flashing getting in here? So the only way that you're going to get a good view of Palpatine in this movie is when the lightning flashes, and quite frankly, it hurts my eyes. It's once again J.J. Abrams basically like using those such really poor and flashy like lighting techniques that it really comes off as cringeworthy. And something you notice about Palpatine in this movie is that he's blind because now he's basically either so old or his clone body has been so corrupted. And for some reason, his face isn't as messed up as it used to be. Like the dark side, like basically speaking, he looks like how he did in the prequel movies before he fought Mace Windu. Instead of his traditional appearance in the movie after that. So it's like, what happened to all the wrinkles and whatnot? Like, what happened to all those disgusting mutated folds of flesh? So basically speaking, like, for some reason, like, Kylo Ren, like, he came here to kill Palpatine, and yet Palpatine is able to, like, talk his way out of dying because Palpatine reveals that he has some kind of gift for Kylo Ren, and I really gotta, like, pick it up on talking about this stuff. Suddenly, an entire fleet of original trilogy Star Destroyers rise up out of the ground, and I'm just left thinking, okay, I can believe that it took him the last 3 or so decades to build all these ships, but why the hell were they buried under the ground like that? It would be one thing if the bunkers and like the garages that had all these things to build these things were under the ground, but why are they just suddenly rising up out of the earth? It makes for a dramatic shot, but who in their right mind actually buried these things? Are they stored in an underground location that actually is buried, and these things have to break the layer of the ground in order to get up to the surface? Because that comes off as, like, really just kind of unnecessary, if you ask me. So, there's an entire fleet of these new Star Destroyers, well, new old Star Destroyers, and basically Palpatine says that this is the Sith fleet, and he's going to give it to Kylo Ren so that the First Order can become the final order, a true empire, a Sith empire, and Palpatine only wants one thing in return. He wants Kylo Ren to kill Rey, because Rey is so important that basically the character that's supposedly the mastermind behind this entire trilogy that hasn't appeared up until now, wants her dead. So then we get a scene with, like, Finn and Poe on the Millennium Falcon playing Chewie in that hologram disc, like hologram monster chess thing, and Chewie is apparently beating them, and they're so salty about it, they accuse him of cheating and whatnot, and they turn off the game when Chewie has to go back to the controls, despite the fact that he was winning. I guess the only reason that Chewie couldn't beat R2 was because he was literally, he's not used to playing against the computer. So they fly out to a literal iceberg out in space where they meet with this alien guy who claims that the First Order has a spy and is giving them information, and they have to upload that information to R2. So it's like, okay, I can get behind that. R2 has information and whatnot. First Order TIE fighters start flying in. They got to make a maneuver to get out of there. It's I'm sorry, this chase scene is just boring because we've seen too many space chases with the Millennium Falcon in this trilogy that it basically just does. It's not special anymore. It's not. I mean, like, basically speaking, like, you pretty much had the original trilogy with the Falcon being chased by TIE fighters, but it wasn't nearly as mundane or forgettable. Then basically Poe does this maneuver that I legitimately think should be impossible. It's called light speed skipping because apparently the TIE fighters are equipped with the technology from the previous movie where they can track a ship through light speed. Yeah, this experimental technology that basically like needed to have an entire room dedicated to this one machine in order to track a ship through hyperspace can now be put on a ship as small as a TIE fighter. Keep that in mind. Things that are basically like too big to basically be put on a ship being put on a small friggin' ass ship. That's gonna be a thing with this movie. And oh god, my HDMI cable is basically like acting up. Just give me a moment to fix it. There. Okay, now I'm gonna. You see, my OBS recording software, because the screens, basically my HDMI cable. Okay, so, sorry about that. Anyways, so. Imagine if that ends up being the thumbnail. Okay, so because they have like the ability to track through light speed, Poe does something called light speed skipping, to where he goes into light speed for a few seconds and drops out of light speed in order to basically remain as unpredictable as possible and make as many jumps across the galaxy. It seems to not work at all, as the TIE fighters seem perfectly capable of keeping up with them. The big problem that I have with the entire light speed skipping scenario is the fact that the first time Poe does it, he comes out of light speed on a planet, as in an atmosphere. And just like in The Force Awakens, I'm just thinking that there's no way a ship, like, once it has entered the atmosphere, would have enough time to actually slow down and come out of hyperspace, as in traveling at the speed of light to avoid crashing into the planet. I'm sorry, I don't believe that. And, like, I'm pretty sure the second time he does that, or maybe it's the first time, he comes into a planet that's so populated that he literally almost crashes the Falcon into a tower and whatnot. And so they keep doing this until they get to a planet with a literal gigantic sandworm that's basically right out of the movie Dune. And so he maneuvers the Falcon just slightly to the right so that the sandworm eats the last TIE fighter on their trail. So they fly off to rejoin the Resistance. Meanwhile, on whatever planet the Resistance has now set itself up on, you remember how this movie tried to basically make the claim that Rey isn't going to be godlike, she's not going to be so overpowered? Literally speaking, the first time we see Rey, she's meditating while floating in the air, while fucking tiny rocks orbit around her like she's a goddamn earthbender from the Avatar franchise. And she basically is just she's basically repeating the words "be with me" over and over and over again, and all the cringe people out there in the audience believe she's talking about Kylo Ren when she's really trying to contact Luke and the previous Jedi. And it's like, okay, why aren't the ghosts of the previous Jedi communicating with her? Movie, you can't have it both ways. You can't show Rey being successful at everything she's done so far and pretend like this is somehow a legitimate flaw. Her not being able to contact the spirits of the previous Jedi has literally nothing to do with her. It's not a fault on her part, it's them. They're choosing to not communicate with her for some reason. Anyway, the movie has like a brief talk between her and Leia, during which Rey decides she's going to run the obstacle course with Anakin's lightsaber. You know, that thing that got broken in half that was basically kind of like a plot point and a metaphor for what they've done to this entire franchise, and how it would actually be kind of like a thing that they would need to resolve in the next movie? Yeah. As it turns out, it's just automatically repaired off screen. And the worst part about it is, we don't even know how much time has skipped between the previous movie and this one. We basically we can't really get that sort of context from this movie and whatnot, so we imagine that some time has passed, just not how much time. So, the thing that basically irritates me the most is that I honestly thought that breaking of Anakin's lightsaber would be a good thing, because much like Luke losing it in Episode 5, it would be the opportunity for the main character to step out of the previous generation's shadow and stand and be their own thing. Rey needed her own lightsaber in this movie. I'm sorry that you think that there's some kind of symbolism with her using Anakin's lightsaber. No, it just shows Rey for what she is, a parasite. So, basically speaking, like, they fix the lightsaber instead of her making her own one. Now, don't get me wrong, kyber crystals, I imagine, are hard to come by in this galaxy, but it's not like they don't exist. You can find them out there, I'm positive. So, for some reason, Rey is running the obstacle course, training with a training remote and whatnot, while BB-8 follows her, and she ends up getting so frustrated because she can't hit the friggin' training droid that she throws the lightsaber away and cuts through a tree. She picks up her staff and pins the droid with the staff, and I'm just left thinking, all the people who wanted her to have a bow staff lightsaber feel really validated because she's a better fighter with the staff than she is the lightsaber. Except she got beat while using a staff against Luke Skywalker and beat him with a lightsaber. So it's like, hey. So basically, this is meant to represent Rey's frustration in the fact that she basically couldn't actually. The movie wants us to believe that she has a flaw, but let's face it, this is just like lip service at this point, and none of us should be buying it whatsoever. And she causes a tree to fall on BB-8. The Millennium Falcon lands, and basically they go to rejoin Poe and the others and whatnot. They reunite, and apparently the Millennium Falcon is on fire, and Rey gets all pissy about that because apparently the Millennium Falcon is her ship, despite the fact that, well, one, Chewbacca was best friends with the guy who owned the ship. Realistically speaking, it should belong to him. Secondly, even if it doesn't belong to him, shouldn't basically the Millennium Falcon kind of go to Han's wife? I mean, I know that they're technically separated in The Force Awakens, but I highly doubt there's any kind of legal divorce that actually happened. I don't know, the idea of divorce being a thing in the Star Wars galaxy, I just don't believe that they would have something so... I don't know. So Rey gets all pissy because the Falcon is on fire, because you can't light speed skip because the compressor is, broken or something. Keep that in mind, because you think that the idea of the compressor on the Millennium Falcon being damaged would actually be a main plot point that would have significance throughout the rest of the movie, right? And basically Poe sees BB-8 all scuffed up because Rey dropped a tree on him, and so they have this little back and forth that's like, okay, they're being pissy at each other because they're breaking each other's stuff, and I'm just left thinking, okay, movie, stop trying to convince us that there's any kind of romantic potential between Poe and Rey. We don't buy it, we don't want it. So, basically speaking, you know what? I just need to basically start summing up the themes of this movie. One of the things that this movie actually does good is that it goes out of its way to ignore almost as much of The Last Jedi as it could realistically get away with. Don't get me wrong, it still has a problem with the sins of the father and whatnot, but effectively speaking, they downplay so much from The Last Jedi that it makes you realize that you can basically just skip The Last Jedi entirely. You probably can't get away with basically having a justification for Kylo Ren killing Supreme Leader Snoke off screen, but I would basically recommend, like, if you actually have to watch these movies, like, watch The Force Awakens and then watch this one. Completely skip The Last Jedi. It's not worth your time or your energy, and it's certainly not worth your money. So, one of the things that basically is like, basically that I love the fact that they ignored is that Rose Tico, that character that was so fucking annoying that was established in The Last Jedi, she's basically pushed into the background where she belongs in this movie. Basically speaking, like, at the end of the movie, it basically implied that she and Finn were going to have some kind of romance when she forced herself onto him at the very end. Sexual assault, people. And yet in this movie, there's absolutely no chemistry between them at all, just like how it was in the last movie. She basically, like, reunites with him and he just pats her on the shoulder and whatnot and walks away. Friend-zoned! Okay, so the entire thing with Palpatine being back and whatnot, and for some reason, Merry the Hobbit from The Lord of the Rings, he's in this movie too, and apparently the only reason that he's in the movie is because J.J. Abrams lost a soccer bet with him, so whatever. So anyway, they basically are talking about, like, how Palpatine could be back and whatnot, and who is this First Order spy that's giving us all this information. And basically with Kylo Ren and the First Order trying to ally with Emperor Palpatine and, like, get the resources for the Sith Armada to form the Final Order and whatnot, they're really worried because now it seems like there's just basically, like, this all the two major threats of the galaxy just combined into one, but let's face it, they were going to be that regardless. So I'm pretty sure that the spy that's in the First Order revealed that Kylo Ren has something known as the Sith Wayfinder in order to find the planet of Exegol where Palpatine was hiding, and Rey goes over the books that she stole from the Last Jedi Temple. And you remember how I mentioned that those books were going to be important because and how Luke clearly had to have basically had some interaction with these books, considering that one of them was his own journal? Yep, this movie reveals that one of those books was in fact Luke's journal, because effectively that's how Rey was able to figure all this stuff out. She reveals that Luke actually went looking for the Sith Wayfinders in an attempt to find Exegol as a response to a growing darkness he sensed from the outer regions of the galaxy, the unknown regions. And I'm just left thinking that this is probably the most disrespectful disrespectful thing that they have done to Luke in these movies. Let me just put it frankly for you guys. Luke senses that there's a growing darkness in the unknown regions of the galaxy, and he knows that if there's going to be a potential evil threat like the Sith, it would most likely originate on the Sith homeworld of Exegol. Unfortunately, you can't find Exegol because for some reason nobody has ever managed to actually plot it and chart it. Somehow Exegol is the best kept secret in the entire friggin' universe. So the only way to find it is with a Sith Wayfinder. And Luke gets on the trail of a Sith Wayfinder, and yet he gives up. He gives up trying to not only trying to find the Sith Wayfinder, but completely gives up on the entire galaxy after that. Yeah, this is once again showcasing that Luke just throws off his responsibilities and goes to just pout on some island somewhere until the day he dies. Also, the fact that basically is like, apparently there are two Sith Wayfinders, which makes sense. There are only ever two Sith, and basically like they would basically need two Wayfinders so that the Master and the Apprentice could find their way back to Exegol. So Luke got on the trail looking for clues, looking for Palpatine's Sith Wayfinder. You remember how I mentioned in the opening that planet with Kylo Ren being on was going to be important? Let's examine why that is at present. Why is that scene so friggin' important? Because, like I said, there are two Sith Wayfinders, and I mean, If Palpatine has the other, and Palpatine was the master, who do you think the other Wayfinder belonged to? Granted, I don't necessarily 100% believe that this would actually be a thing in canon, because according to canon, Palpatine intentionally did not reveal many secrets of the Sith to Darth Vader in order to keep him dangling, in order to basically, prevent him from trying to kill him as much as possible, because he had more information that Vader wanted and needed to have revealed. But the simple fact is that in this continuity, that means that the second Sith Wayfinder belonged to Darth Vader and was actually on the planet of Mustafar. Yep. That planet that we saw in the opening was Mustafar. You remember how I said it looked like he was moving through a forest of trees and whatnot? Does Mustafar look at all like the type of planet that could support plant life of any kind? I mean, sure, volcanic soil is very fertile, but what about all the sulfur and the smoke that's in the air? I mean, sure, plant life would be able to, suck the carbon out of the atmosphere, but I don't think that necessarily, plant matter could survive on a planet like that. Although apparently there is an indigenous population of life forms on that planet, but what I want to talk about is the fact that Luke knows that he has to find a Sith Wayfinder in order to find Exegol, and he basically decides to track down the one that Palpatine had, which basically involves him finding a series of clues that eventually leads him to a dead end, instead of investigating the one that his father had. And for those of you who said, well, Luke didn't know where to start looking, how about checking out the planet that your father actually owned and searching through his goddamn castle? Because he has one of those, So, the fact that basically, Luke couldn't have found Vader's Wayfinder first, it really kind of pisses me off, because it's so friggin' ridiculous. It's not possible. I don't believe that. So, Rey knows that there's, another Wayfinder out there that they can use to find their way to Exegol and whatnot. They just have to pick up on Luke's trail in order to find it, and that's where the plot actually begins, with Chewbacca, Finn, Poe, Rey, and BB-8 piloting into the Millennium Falcon in order to fly out there and find their way to and pick up on Luke's trail to find the MacGuffin. And this is actually one of the positives that I have to say about this movie. This legitimately feels different from any Star Wars movie we have gotten thus far. It's a legitimate treasure hunt. They're following the clues and picking up on the trail that Luke left behind. They're following Luke Skywalker's trail. And like I said in my Force Awakens review, this is what I wanted from that movie. And like I said before, every single positive that this movie has a caveat, and this is it. The problem with this movie is that the problem with having this portion of this movie being in the third act, being in the third installment of this trilogy, is a huge problem, because this entire scenario feels more like it would be more fitting for part one. It feels like they should have basically done this in The Force Awakens instead of this movie. So anyway, they basically follow Luke's journal until he hit a dead end on some kind of desert planet that's neither Tatooine nor is it Jakku. And they land on the planet, and oh wait, did I forget to mention that C-3PO was going with them? Yeah. Sorry, that's just how forgettable C-3PO and R2 have been in this entire trilogy. And it's only going to get worse from here, folks, because, well, one of the things that I was actually kind of the most upset about with this movie is, how telegraphed the trailers were being, and the fact that, well, the movie keeps telegraphing it as well. Basically speaking, before they leave on the Millennium Falcon, C-3PO has a moment with R2-D2 saying, "In case I don't make it back, you have been the closest friend I have ever known. My best friend, probably. And it's like, oh god, they are telegraphing this so fucking hard. Movie, like, quit trying to give away your own damn plot. You already did that when the entire script got leaked. So they fly out to this desert planet, and apparently the Burning Man festival is going on. And according to 3PO, that festival happens once every 42 years. So I guess the people of this planet know the secret of life. So, 42. Anyway, so basically they're going to this festival, and this little girl, like, basically, like, I don't know, I think she gives Rey a necklace of beads, like this is Mardi Gras and whatnot, and she asks for Rey's name, and suddenly, the fact that Rey doesn't have a last name becomes a big deal, because it's like, now Rey is back to not knowing who or what she is, and we're supposed to give a crap why? And that's when Kylo Ren starts reaching out to her with the Force. You remember how in the last movie that it was established plainly that Snoke was responsible for creating the connection between them in order to bridge across their minds all the way across the galaxy? Yeah, as it turns out, no, that wasn't true. It was always just a thing between the two of them that Kylo Ren could immediately do. Yeah, the thing that he said that Rey couldn't be doing because the effort of it would kill her. He can do it plainly, so easily, despite the fact that he himself is weaker than her, at least according to Daisy fucking Ridley, and the logic that this movie sometimes goes into. Basically speaking, Kylo Ren reaches out to her, basically claiming that Palpatine has ordered me to kill you, but I don't want to do that. Basically, like, I know who your parents are. He basically starts talking to her and basically, like, asks her to join him yet again. He reaches out to her and grabs the necklace that she's wearing, and somehow he's able to transport that all across the galaxy. And I'm like thinking, no, that's not how this works at all. You guys aren't physically connected. You guys are only connected via your minds. You can only see each other because it's just a vision. The idea that you're able to teleport an object all the way across the galaxy is laughable. And it's like people are saying, if Kylo Ren can actually do this, why doesn't he just reach through and grab her and pull her to his side? Like, it's so easy. You want to capture Rey? Just do it like that. Yeah. So anyway, now the First Order knows where they are, and basically they start sending troops after them. Oh, but fortunately of all fortunes, the First Order is actually already on that planet because stormtroopers spot them and start chasing them, but then this mysterious figure that's dressed entirely in armor, like, saves them from the stormtroopers and gives them shelter inside some kind of walking tank thing or whatever. Basically, and who should this person turn out to be other than Lando Calrissian? Yeah. Apparently Lando just happened to be on this planet, and he claimed that, like, a long time ago, he and Luke were working a mission searching for this Jedi killer an Inquisitor from the days of the Empire, thinking that he had Palpatine's Wayfinder, or a secret to finding Palpatine's Wayfinder and whatnot. And so basically, I'm just left thinking, why did Luke choose to go on this mission with Lando? I mean, sure that he and Lando became friends by the end of the trilogy, but Luke was a lot closer with Han and Leia. Like, why wouldn't he go on a mission with them? I mean, maybe they were busy, but... And secondly, does that mean that after all this time of, like, ever since you and Luke first came to this planet searching this mission and Luke gave up on it, did he leave but you stayed? Like, why would you be on this planet at this exact moment? And this festival that only happens maybe it might be explained that he came here for the festival since it only happens once every 42 years or so it's like, I don't know, maybe that's a thing, but... So anyways, Lando gives them advice about, like, about where the ship that this Jedi killer, the Inquisitor, went to. Quite frankly, I'm not going to bother memorizing names because it's not important. And he basically tells them to go, saying that like they need to get out of here before the First Order basically like shows up in full force and whatnot. So, and basically there's this moment where basically it's like Lando basically like says that like his piloting days are over and whatnot, and like I don't know, this Rey tries to inspire him to come back and join the Resistance and whatnot, and it's just like, I don't really frig it. I'll just move on, whatever. They end up stealing some speeders, and this is one of the plot points that I really friggin' find most cringeworthy, because Poe has to hotwire the speeders so that they can use them, and Finn gets all pissy and indignant, like, where'd you learn how to do that? Like, he's somehow morally outraged that Poe is stealing somebody else's speeders and whatnot, and this movie has a theme of revealing that Poe has some kind of criminal backstory. His previous life was like he used to be a spice smuggler, just like Han Solo was, and Finn gets all pissy about that, and I'm just thinking, you were a First Order stormtrooper. You were literally conditioned to kill people. Just because you had a lapse of conscience doesn't mean that absolves you of anything. And plus, you guys kind of had to steal a TIE fighter when you were escaping from the First fucking Order. Hell, you and Rey stole the Millennium Falcon. And friggin', I really don't think that you should be taking the moral high ground with anything in regards to Poe. So we have that chase scene through the desert, that stupid moment with the jet troopers. They fly now, bullshit and whatnot. Apparently that scene was only in there for marketing purposes. Yeah, because they wanted to market jet trooper toys and whatnot. Disney, we already know that jet troopers are a thing. Just make the toys and don't mention it. We will... Well, nobody's gonna buy them anyway, so... So basically, they finally find the guy's ship that's out there in the desert and whatnot, and Rey is basically talking like, I recognize that ship! I recognize that ship! So fucking telegraphed. Surprisingly, they end up crashing and falling into, like, this black quicksand, and I'm just left thinking, okay, it's only 5 seconds until Rey uses her force powers to lift everyone up to safety. Come on, movie. I know you're gonna do it. But no, they're sinking under the surface, and Finn is like, Rey, there's something that I always wanted to tell you. He falls under the surface, and basically it's like, they actually fall underneath. They fall underneath the surface into this kind of tunnel and air pocket that basically was like underneath the sand and whatnot. And I'm just left thinking, okay, bit telegraphed, but all right. What exactly is it that Finn wanted to say? Yeah, it's something that he can only say when Poe is not around, apparently. And I'm just left thinking that, like, are they really trying this hard to ship Finn and Rey when that ship has long since sailed, and they basically have a new ship that they're trying to force down the audience's throat? Apparently, according to the press releases, what Finn wanted to tell Rey is that, I'm force-sensitive too. Yeah, you're force-sensitive too. Despite nothing in these movies actually showcasing that that's even remotely in the faintest way true. There's no evidence to support that at all. And secondly, that's something that you want to tell Rey but you can't tell Poe. Why? What's the point? Yeah, Disney, Lucasfilm, and every single press release that they ever do, they're all full of shit. We shouldn't be taking them at face value ever again. Like, literally speaking, they could be saying that, like, help us, we're bleeding to death, and literally showcase that they are physically wounded. We shouldn't even believe that to be true either. So, they go into this tunnel, they follow along, and they find the remains of the Inquisitor that Luke was looking for, and they manage to find the dagger that they were looking for. And Rey claims that this dagger has a long history of doing darkness because she senses the dark side about it. So now they've found the MacGuffin that they needed that's going to be the clue to point them to where they need to go. Unfortunately, the clue that is written on the blade of the dagger is written in the ancient Sith language. C-3PO can, of course, read this dagger. Unfortunately, he can't translate it. Because for some reason, it is against his programming to translate the language of the Sith. You see, this is ultimately like a big problem that I have with the entire flippin' concept, because it would make sense that the flawed ideas of the Jedi when they ran the galaxy was to basically pretend that the Sith were extinct and that they never existed, because that means that they would never come back at all. But it doesn't flippin' make sense that 3PO would have programming that would prevent him from reading this language out loud, because that actually causes more problems than it does solutions. It's basically kind of like in The Lord of the Rings when Gandalf says that, like, when Gandalf has to read the language of Mordor, known as Black Speech, he doesn't read the language itself, but he's fully capable of translating it into the common tongue. It's literally like a reverse of that situation. 3PO just read a forbidden language, but he didn't speak the words out loud. What harm is there in translating those words into plain, simple English that everybody can understand? What is the actual harm? So it doesn't make any sense that 3PO can't actually translate this thing. He can translate it, he's just forbidden from speaking the translation out loud. That doesn't make any sense to me. So anyway, they find this gigantic slug snake thing in the cave that kind of looks like a less impressive version of the CGI Mothra from the Godzilla movie from back in May and whatnot. And basically speaking, like, the snake doesn't do anything to attack them. It just hisses at them, tries to scare them off. Rey notices that the snake is injured, and she literally uses the Force to heal its injury. I didn't think about the implications of this scene all that much because I already knew that she was going to have this Force ability from the get-go thanks to the leaks. And a Force ability like this already existed. It's called Flash Burn. The Jedi can basically use the Force to basically kind of stave off the pain and slightly heal their bodies in case they are injured so that they can basically keep on acting in the course of a fight. It's one of the reasons why Luke didn't pass out purely from the pain after Vader cut his hand off, because that's the kind of thing that would literally knock you out from the pain alone. So, but because I didn't think about it, I left the theater saying that, like, that's probably the best of the sequel trilogy purely by default, and it's probably the only movie that I would be okay with actually watching again. After careful consideration, I've decided this movie joins its brothers in movies that I will never watch again, and here's why. Effectively, what Rey is doing in this situation is she is using the Force to influence the cells of the body to create life. Rey has the ability that Darth Plagueis had spent so much time trying to perfect, and that the promise that Palpatine gave to Anakin in an attempt to turn him to the dark side. So yeah, this movie is once again trying to establish that Rey is more powerful than the goddamn Chosen One, which this movie which the Lucasfilm tries so hard to telegraph and like, no, this movie isn't infringing on the old trilogy at all. Anakin's still the Chosen One, so basically, the idea that Rey has this power from out of nowhere and treats it so matter-of-factly is really what pisses me off, because something like this should be a major revelation, and yet it's done just so out of the blue like that. So anyways, now that the snake is healed, it moves out of the way and reveals that there's a light behind it which they can use to escape the cave. They get out of the cave and they head towards the Inquisitor's ship, because basically it's the only means that they have for getting off the planet at present, or at least getting, like, For getting off the planet, yeah, because by now the First Order is all over the Millennium Falcon. There's no way they can get back to it. They're just going to have to accept that the Falcon is basically going to be captured and whatnot. So they started investigating the ship and everything, and... Oh, yeah. Did I forget to mention, like, a plot point that really should have been saved for later and whatnot? Basically speaking, like, you remember when when Kylo Ren contacted Rey earlier? This plot point, I feel like, should have been saved for a more dramatic reveal later in the movie, when Kylo Ren says that he knows who Rey's parents were, that they were nobody because they chose to be a nobody, that he knows the secret of Rey's true origins and why Palpatine wants her dead so badly. He reveals that Palpatine is actually Rey's grandfather. Yep, just like how I predicted it would be back in The Force Awakens. I literally said it would be the most likely scenario, just not the best case scenario. And we'll get to why that is when we finish surmising the plot. So, Rey basically has this idea that now she's part Palpatine, which means she's part darkness and whatnot. And basically, like, they get onto the ship and whatnot, investigating, like, the ship and everything. And basically it's like, well... They basically try to power up the ship so that they can leave and whatnot, and I think BB-8 finds this friggin' completely useless hairdryer droid that rolls around on a wheel, and I just don't get why this droid is even a thing in this movie at all. It's just kind of there. You would think that this droid would basically, like, have some kind of ex machina moment, except he really doesn't. Anyway, basically speaking, at this point in the movie, the Knights of Ren have been dispatched by Kylo, and now they're hunting down Rey and whatnot. And as the group is climbing up towards the ship, the Knights of Ren slowly reveal themselves to be following them and whatnot. Chewie goes outside to investigate and whatnot, and Rey goes outside to be alone for a little bit, at which point she notices that Chewie has been captured. You remember how I mentioned that this movie can't commit to anything? Here's one of the big plot points. We see, clearly and definitively, the area that Chewbacca has been led to. There is a First Order transport out there, only one First Order transport. Chewie has been captured, handcuffed, and is being processed, and is now being led aboard that ship. Kylo Ren starts coming in with his ship, Rey destroys his ship, and they have a brief confrontation. The transport carrying Chewie lifts off the ground, and she tries to use the Force in order to bring the ship back down in order to save Chewie, and Kylo Ren, for some reason, begins fighting over the ship with her, instead of basically just attacking her and making her try to give up her Force grip on the ship, because the ship is trying to flee back towards the First Order Star Destroyer. All you need to do is take her down, and the ship will go there either way. Quit fighting over it like you did the lightsaber, and attack her. So for some reason, because the struggle against Kylo Ren is real, Rey gets angry, and she shoots a bolt of Sith lightning at the ship, destroying it, killing Chewbacca. So anyway, the group flees, and Rey is distraught at the fact that she's a murderer. Yep. And this is one of the things I didn't want to let go of in the movie. I kept saying that it doesn't change anything, you're a murderer. She's basically upset at the fact that she killed Chewie, and Finn is like, Rey, it's okay, I know you. You're not the type of person that would do this intentionally. It's just like, people keep saying that they know me. They don't. Nobody knows me. And that's the thing. That's what everybody was saying about this movie, because there's nobody there to know. So, almost immediately afterwards, after this completely emotional moment, this crucial plot point in which Chewbacca, one of the most lovable characters of the original trilogy, has just been killed, we see the Millennium Falcon being towed towards Kylo Ren's Star Destroyer, and It's revealed that Chewbacca is still alive. He's just been captured by the First Order and whatnot. He's being taken before General Hux and some other new First Order general that basically we haven't seen up until now. And I'm just left thinking, you remember how I mentioned that there was only one transport out there? How the fuck, and that Chewie was being definitively put on said transport? How the fuck did Chewie survive? How the fuck did they get him to the First Order Star Destroyer? Are you trying to tell me that somehow he made it all the way back to the Falcon only to be captured again? I'm sorry, this is a huge plot hole that doesn't make any fucking sense. And once again, it shows that this movie is incapable of committing to anything. You want to have this big emotional moment with Rey believing that she killed Chewbacca, and yet it's immediately undone just 2 seconds later? I think the real problem is that, what was it? Did Chewie have the dagger? I can't remember if Chewie had the dagger or not, so... Well, anyways, yeah, Chewie had the dagger when he got captured, so... But it doesn't really matter because 3PO has the translation of in his databanks. He just can't translate it, and the only way to actually override his programming would be a complete hard reset of his internal systems. Fortunately, Poe knows exactly where to go in order to do that. We land on this planet, it doesn't matter where actually, and we see that the First Order is basically literally doing what the Empire did back in A New Hope. Even to the point where one of the stormtroopers literally says, "Door's locked, move on to the next one." And I literally face palmed when I heard that. Like in the theater, I literally just could not believe that they would literally just make a blatant reference like that, especially since that point has actually become a point of contention when it comes to people criticizing this film, because it's like, you're moving on to you're supposed to be inspecting these houses, and yet you're moving on to the next house because you encountered the immovable obstacle of a locked door. You have blasters. So... The Empire, as well as the First Order, are totalitarian regimes. They're fully capable of breaking into people's houses. Why aren't they doing that? So anyways, Poe meets up with an ex-girlfriend of his that, quite frankly, I thought that she'd be a bigger character than she ended up being. They have she briefly fights with Rey, and Rey overpowers her, and then basically it's like, I like her and whatnot, so she leads them to the guy that's basically can rewire C-3PO and whatnot, and for some reason this character has become a fan favorite, but me, I'm just basically just trying to get through this movie as fast as possible, because this is the moment of the movie that actually tried to get an emotional moment out of me, because this is the death of C-3PO. The hard reset that that is required in order to reboot C-3PO's systems in order to get through his programming would basically erase all of C-3PO's memory databanks, as in the character of C-3PO that we experienced from the original trilogy all this time would be gone forever. And, unfortunately, they know that they have no other recourse than to pursue this action. And then we get that moment where C-3PO looks at everybody and Poe's like, "What are you doing there, 3PO?" And 3PO's like, "I am taking one last look at my friends." Basically as a means of saying, I'm ready to make this sacrifice. I'm ready to die. Basically speaking, this scene doesn't work for me for two reasons. One, friends? There's literally nobody in this entire scene that you actually know. The person that you have the greatest connection with in the immediate area is the Wookiee, and the Wookiee is up on the Star Destroyer right now. You're not surrounded by your friends, 3PO. You don't know these people. This is the most significant role you have had in any Star Wars movie since basically Return of the Jedi. Like, basically speaking, 3PO had a presence in Revenge of the Sith, but he didn't really do anything in that movie aside from helping Padme fly her ship to Mustafar and basically, like, getting her on board after Anakin choked her out and whatnot. But what I'm focusing on is the sequel trilogy. 3PO has been the epitome of a background character this entire time. In fact, I think that he only had like 1 or 2 lines of dialogue in The Last Jedi, and basically it's like he hasn't had any sort of real interaction with Poe, with Finn, with Rey. He doesn't know them. They don't know him. They don't have any sort of emotional connection with him. And you want to know what the worst part about this movie is? I knew that the movie was going to do this, despite the fact that the trailers lied. I knew that the movie was going to do this. One way or another, it was going to do this. The trailers lied about this scene. One of the things that upset me the most is that 3PO says that I'm taking one last look at my friends. Then the trailer shows him turning and placing his hand like emotionally on R2-D2 as a means of saying goodbye, because R2-D2 has been his friend and companion ever since episode 2, and the movie is meant to trick you into thinking that R2 is there, being a part of this moment, except he isn't. R2 isn't there. The one character in this entire trilogy that should have been there to witness this moment is not there. And the trailers literally had to lie to us in order to trick us into thinking that he was. And that's the thing that I'm most upset about. Now, for those of you who are saying that 3PO isn't really dead, he just has his memory wiped, the 3PO that we know that had all these experiences and thus informed his personality, that's the character that is gone now. It's like when you re-image your laptop. You re-image your laptop, you lose all the memory, you lose all the settings that you once had. Your laptop is still functioning, yes, but it's going to take you a while to get your laptop back up to what it once was, and it's never going to be the same as it was before. So here's another thing that pisses me off about the movie, because the movie legitimately comes up for an excuse as to why 3PO can't come back, because when they say that, like, hasn't R2 backed up your memory, 3PO literally says that R2's memory backups have been shown to be quite shoddy, as in, like, it's possible that, like, whatever memory backups that R2 has made probably would be corrupted, so having R2 restore his memory wouldn't be an option. So they completely hard reset 3PO, wiping his memory, and when 3PO comes back online, he translates the Sith dagger to reveal that the Sith Wayfinder is located in the remains of the Death Star crashed on Endor. Except they've retconned that as well, so anyways, so now basically 3PO doesn't have his memory, and they're basically like trying to move him along and whatnot, and I think somehow or another Rey senses that Chewbacca is still alive, and it's just done so easily and so matter-of-factly that it effectively doesn't matter. So they basically decide that this is a great opportunity to not only rescue Chewbacca, but to also get back the Millennium Falcon as well. So, while the First Order and the Knights of Ren are down here on the planet searching for them, they pile back into their ship, they go up to the Star Destroyer, they basically, like, sneak on board, they use the Rey uses the Jedi mind tricks in order to get past the guards, and they kill or shoot the guards whenever they need to and whatnot. They basically split up because Rey feels that it's important to not just rescue Chewie, but to also basically find the dagger, because she knows that the dagger is going to be important somehow. And she goes to Kylo Ren's chambers, where he still has the mask of Darth Vader, despite the fact that he knows that the mask is just a mask, and it's been Palpatine trying to manipulate him the entire time. And Kylo Ren reaches out to her with the Force again, trying to find out where she is, and I legitimately can't believe this. They begin a lightsaber duel across this connection of theirs. They are physically in two separate locations, and yet they are dueling with their lightsabers. Meanwhile, Finn and Poe, they rescue Chewie, but they end up getting captured again. When, for some reason, Kylo Ren can't figure out where Rey is, because for some reason he can't see her environment, despite the fact that she can clearly see his environment, until their fight basically breaks the pedestal that Vader's mask is sitting on, causing it to fall to the ground, at which point Kylo figures out, you're in my chambers. They're on the ship. Lock down the ship. So, Finn, Poe, and Chewie get led to their executions, at which point General Hux oversees the execution. He takes one of the rifles from the stormtroopers and says, I want the pleasure of doing this myself, at which point Hux kills the stormtroopers instead of them and says, I'm the spy. And basically, the whole idea that Hux being the First Order spy is, well, I don't know. It feels like they're trying to give him character, but they give him the worst possible motivations, and I feel like they're once again making a commentary about the fan base, because, effectively speaking, the reason that Hux gives his motivations is, I don't care if you win, I just need Kylo Ren to lose. And so, that to me kind of sounds like the fans who have been boycotting Star Wars since The Last Jedi. It sounds like the movie is making a meta-narrative about them being these whiny, petulant children that basically turned on their own because their own did something that they didn't like. It doesn't matter to us if Star Wars fail. If it doesn't... The only thing that matters, we just need Disney Lucasfilm to fail. So it's kind of that mentality. So Hux leads them to the hangar where the Falcon is, and basically is like, shoot me in the arm. I need it to make it look like you escaped. At which point, Finn shoots him in the leg. So, I mean, I understand that. So, the only problem is that Hux really should have gone with them at that point. He couldn't basically give them any more information at that point, because even if he basically, had an injury, because he begins recanting the story to the other general guy, claiming that basically, they overpowered them, they stole the blasters, they shot me, and they killed the stormtroopers and whatnot, at which point the new general literally takes his own blaster and shoots Hux dead, saying, I've found our spy. And that's yeah, this character that's been built up over the last 3 movies that you'd think was going to have some kind of character arc or development is literally killed by this first guy from this movie that we never saw before. So anyway, the good guys escape on the Millennium Falcon and whatnot, or do they? No, they actually don't. Oh wait, yeah they do. Friggin'... This movie is hard to take sometimes. They end up flying to Endor, and this could be one of the interesting points, because it's we finally see the planet of Endor, not the forest moon that we saw in Return of the Jedi, but we see the actual planet for itself, and apparently the planet has, oceans and whatnot. never imagined Endor for having oceans, except Disney had to go and retcon that because they later found out that that's actually not Endor. It's not possible to land on Endor because Endor is actually a gas giant. It's a gas giant that has 9 moons, so they retconned it into being that, like, oh, they actually landed on this one ocean moon of Endor. Yeah. Because moons totally have oceans now. I mean, if a moon can have a forest. My question is that the Death Star was orbiting around the forest moon of Endor, so how did the debris that we're supposed to be searching for get to this ocean planet that was nowhere in sight during the battle of the battle over Endor? Secondly, when they finally do land on the planet and see the remains of the Death Star, what we see is basically like the destroyed wreckage of the main laser firing dish of the Death Star 2, and, well, I don't know about you, but watching the original trilogy and the explosion of the Death Star, I really doubt that it would actually leave that substantial kind of debris behind. There's also this subplot about, like, Finn meeting, like, this girl that lives on the planet with, like, I don't know, these other band of, like, people that ride around on horses. Gotta mention the horses, because the horses are gonna be plot relevant, and... well, let's just get this out of the way. She, much like Finn, are First Order Stormtrooper defects. I've got something in my throat. So basically, that's meant to basically be a means during which she and Finn bond, but nothing ever really comes of that. And I'm just basically thinking that, like, you're kind of robbing Finn of what made him special, you know? You guys do realize that, like, the characters need to keep what made them special. You guys understand that? Do you guys, like, understand that concept at all? Is it completely foreign to you? So... okay, so... here's one of the most egregious points of the movie, in my opinion, because it's a reference to the Goonies, except it makes more sense in the Goonies than it does here, because, well, basically, you remember that Rey basically said that the dagger would be important, which is why she basically, like, wanted to go back for it? Well, basically... why she decided to go back for it? Well, apparently, the dagger has this, like, secret compartment hidden in the hilt that's meant to line up with the wreckage of the Death Star in order to point the exact location of the Sith Wayfinder. And I'm just left thinking, okay, 1, Rey alluded to a very long, ancient history that the dagger had of doing terrible things. Are you telling me that this dagger only existed for roughly the last 30 years? Like, how much evil could it actually do in that time? Because this dagger, the design of the dagger, is meant to line up with the wreckage of the Death Star, and it literally seems to point the way to Palpatine's personal Wayfinder. It comes off as entirely contrived, in my opinion. Secondly, Rey and the others, they approached the Death Star from a completely random direction. How is it that Rey just happened to be standing in the perfect position to actually use this thing the way it was determined to be used? Like, the wreckage of the Death Star is friggin' huge. Friggin' headset. Okay, so... now we're basically gonna... so basically, like, there's supposed to be, like, this tension in regards to, like, Rey going out there about not being able to go out there because the waters are too choppy and whatnot, that's too dangerous. But Rey decides to go out there alone on taking, like, I don't know, a skiff or whatever. And so basically it all just seems kind of pointless. So Finn and the other girl, they go after her and whatnot. And, well, Rey searches through the wreckage of the Death Star itself until she comes across the throne room, where the climax of Return of the Jedi took place. And I'm just left thinking that the wreckage of the Death Star that we saw is the remains of the firing dish. The throne room was nowhere near the firing dish. I don't know if you guys noticed this from watching the movie or not, but the throne room was actually in a distinct tower off the surface of the Death Star. Yeah, because Palpatine wanted himself to be exposed as much as possible like that. So the idea that the throne room is somehow an intact part of this entire, like, just the Death Star firing dish structure, it's not friggin' possible. But don't stop now, it's gonna get even more egregious. Now, I'm just left wondering, does it even really matter? Like, did they even really need the dagger to friggin' find Palpatine's Wayfinder? Because I cannot help but imagine that if you were looking for something that belonged to Emperor Palpatine, that you would try to at least check out the possible remains of the last room where the man was seen alive, and considering that this valuable piece of technology that everyone's been searching for was literally kept in a vault that was literally off the side of the throne room, basically a kind of walk-in closet kind of thing, it literally comes off as just so cringeworthy and dumb. And yeah, I refuse to accept the possibility that there was ever any kind of room off to the side of this chamber. Especially because when you take the original trilogy into account, the fact that this room takes place in a friggin' tower, you friggin' notice that there's no room to actually have an extra room apart from the room that you see. So Rey goes in, she finds Palpatine's Sith Wayfinder, and we get literally what I expected. The moment that basically baited a lot of people from the trailers, that so many people suspected that Rey was still capable of falling to the dark side, despite the fact that I literally called it flat out. That is nothing more than a Force vision. There's no way this movie would ever let Rey fall to the dark side because she is being protected by the agenda. The agenda is God. The agenda is life. Now, basically speaking, like, Rey has a vision where she is confronted by Rey Palpatine, apparently, that she should basically just embrace the darkness within her and join the dark side because it will make her stronger. So Rey ends up fighting with this dark manifestation of herself, but it's over literally so quickly that it might as well have not even been in the movie, because all it really serves is to make Rey drop the Wayfinder just in time for Kylo Ren to show up. He picks up the Wayfinder and crushes it in his hands, at which point the two of them begin fighting, and Rey is apparently so pissed off that she is just really not holding back at all when it comes to basically, like, restraining herself with her anger when it comes to this battle and whatnot. So she's really pissed off and whatnot. There's this Force battle and everything, and friggin' she manages to, I think, take Kylo Ren's lightsaber and she stabs him with it. Yep. And apparently from across the galaxy, Princess Leia felt that and now uses the Force to basically kind of, communicate with her son, speak to him and whatnot. And Maz Kanata, who is apparently in this movie for some reason, she basically claims that General Leia knows that what she's about to do will cost the last of her strength. And so basically, or maybe it happened before that, maybe Kylo Ren was close to beating her, so Leia reached out to him with the Force in order to basically, like, in order to basically give Rey an opening to defend herself, but Rey ends up killing Kylo Ren by stabbing him in the chest and whatnot, so Kylo Ren goes down, and Rey has a moment of clarity, like, what have I done? So she uses her Force powers to heal him, and then she just leaves him behind. She ends up stealing his ship. Finn and the others go off on the Millennium Falcon to rejoin the Resistance and whatnot, and Kylo Ren is just left there on the planet all by himself. And this is honestly the part of the movie that made me the angriest, because Kylo Ren has a vision of Han Solo, played by Harrison Ford, and I was looking at this scene. I was literally looking for all the tells. I was literally begging beyond hope, tell me that that is a CGI actor. Where are the markers? Where are the indications? Where's the uncanny valley? Tell me that that person is CGI! But nope. It actually is Harrison Ford. They got him to come back for one scene in this movie. Now, Harrison Ford is not a Force ghost because he is not a Jedi. Like I said, he's Force sensitive, but that doesn't make you a Jedi. And it certainly doesn't give you the training to actually retain in order to achieve the path to immortality. Instead, the movie lampshades this by basically claiming, yeah, I'm just a vision in your head, but that doesn't mean I'm not real. So, anyways, Han Solo has this pep talk with Kylo Ren, at which point it's basically implied that Kylo Ren is now redeemed as Ben Solo, Han Solo's son, and Kylo Ren can finally throw away his crossguard lightsaber. Kylo Ren is gone, Ben Solo is back. Now, why am I so angry about this? The idea that Harrison Ford was willing to come back for just one fucking scene, even though his character is dead. Just one fucking scene in this fucking movie. It literally goes to show that Disney had the opportunity to make things right. To fix their mistake. That we actually could have gotten the scene that we all signed up for when it came to the sequel trilogy. That Disney could have redeemed themselves. We could have had the opportunity to see Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, and Han Solo reunited on screen once again. They lost that opportunity again when Carrie Fisher died, but let's face it, you've used Carrie Fisher's corpse like a puppet already. Why not just basically give us that one scene where we could basically have this moment? In fact, why is it that only Han Solo is appearing to him? Why couldn't it be that Han, Leia, and Luke all appeared to him? Because they're all his family. They all care about him. We could have had that one scene. And you guys fumbled it. Yet again. So, guess what Rey ends up doing? Rey is so pissed off that she ended up succumbing to the dark side it almost killed Kylo Ren, that she flies all the way back to Ahch-To to do what Luke did. She flies all the way back to Ahch-To in order to basically, to die. She burns Kylo Ren's starfighter, and she tries to throw Anakin Skywalker's lightsaber into the fire, at which point, literally speaking, the biggest middle finger to Rian Johnson in The Last Jedi appears on screen. Luke's ghost finally appears and catches the lightsaber, saying, "A Jedi's weapon deserves more respect." Yeah. Because basically that completely forgives, what Luke did to it in the last movie. I mean, I like to imagine that basically it's the slightest bit redeemable. I mean, it shows that Luke has garnered some perspective and whatnot, so. Anyways, Luke has this big pep talk about, I don't know, I don't even fucking remember what it means. He just basically tells Rey that she has to do this, and that she won't be alone. No idea what Rey's motivation for actually continuing is. And then we get the most egregious part. I should have mentioned at this point that, like, Leia has actually died. Like, reaching out to Kylo Ren actually did kill her, so yeah, she's dead, so we get to the point that literally shows exactly what this entire trilogy was originally meant to be about. Because instead of Luke being the Grand Jedi Master, they originally wanted it to be Leia. Because for some reason, somebody with too much estrogen over at Lucasfilm has a serious grudge against Luke Skywalker and wanted to see him destroyed. So anyway, Luke reveals Leia's lightsaber and reveals that she actually underwent Jedi training with Luke, that she trained to be a Jedi. We have a flashback that shows a young Luke training with a young Leia, at which point she overpowers him and pins him to the ground, of course. At which point he claims that she had a force vision of her future in which her child would fall to the dark side, and that causes her to completely call off her Jedi training. And I'm just like thinking, you have a vision of your son falling to the dark side. Why didn't you take any necessary precautions to stop it? Especially speaking that the vision implicates that Kylo Ren that Ben hadn't even been born yet. So she knew that if she had a child, they would fall to the dark side. And I'm just thinking she didn't do any necessary precautions to prevent that from happening. Like, instead of basically allowing Luke to train Ben as a Jedi, maybe she's like, nah, like, if he gets trained to use the Force, he'll fall to the dark side, so let's not do that. So, anyways, it just feels kind of egregious, because the whole idea of Leia being trained as a Jedi, granted, I could get behind it on some level if I didn't know the political reasons for why it happened in the movie. Now, the thing about it is that, like, I've only got, like, 15 minutes left. I gotta wrap this up real quickly, so everybody had something that made them unique. Everybody had something that made them special in the original trilogy. Luke had his role, and Leia had her role. So, basically speaking, it comes off as kind of egregious that they tried to make Leia not only into the Jedi, but also into Luke's replacement for this trilogy. Because I'm basically gonna, like, steal a reference from one of Clayton Fioriti's videos. For those of you who don't know, Clayton Fioriti is, like, a big Jurassic Park YouTuber, and he had one video where he was talking about the hybrid dinosaur that was cut from Jurassic Park, the Stegoceratops, which was planned to be revealed in the movie. He tells an anecdote of one point where I'm pretty sure it was either maybe it was his own son, or maybe it was a friend of his telling him the story about his encounter with their son. Basically, it's like they were talking about the Star Wars trilogy, and when the Return of the Jedi came around, and it was revealed that Leia was a Skywalker and had the potential to be a Jedi just like Luke, the son didn't like that because, quote, it took away from Luke what made him special. So yeah, that's exactly what the situation is. Leia had the potential to be a Jedi because she was wielding the Force, but her intention was to carry on the legacy via the next generation, to birth the next generation of who was going to become a Jedi, not to be a Jedi herself. Now, granted, in the Dark Empire comic book, Leia has to use her own Force power to help Luke destroy Palpatine, but that's neither here nor there. I could ultimately forgive the idea of Leia being trained as a Jedi, especially because, like, it's really only there in the movie to explain away the huge plot hole that The Last Jedi created by showcasing Leia having enough competence to use the Force to save herself from the vacuum of space. So, I'd say that's pretty egregious to begin with, but the big problem that I have with it is the fact that, well, when you get down to it, is that, like, all of this could have been avoided from the very beginning if you just had one single throwaway line back in The Force Awakens. Let me just put it like this. Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Men Tell No Tales. Wait, no, Dead Man's Chest. That's the problem when you have two titles that sound friggin' similar, so... Pirates of the Caribbean Dead Man's Chest is the second movie. Now, in the first movie, we saw that Keira Knightley's character, Elizabeth Swann, she was a little bit of a damsel in distress, but by the end of the movie, we saw that she could fight and handle herself. She just didn't know how to use a sword. The second movie has literally one line of dialogue in which she kind of threatens Jack when he takes the letters of marque from her. When he says, "Persuade me," she says, "You do know that Will taught me how to handle a sword," implying that basically Will taught her how to fight. But Jack ends up taking this as an innuendo instead, so... Basically speaking, that is all the establishment you need. That's all the establishment to learn that Elizabeth learned how to fight with a sword in between movies, so that when the movie shows her doing that later, it's not out of nowhere. We can believe that she learned how to fight using a sword because Will taught it to her, and the movie told us about it. Like, a lot of people, cast dispersions down on throwaway lines, but when your plot is as thin and as sparse as this, a few throwaway lines can literally mean the difference between acceptable and egregious. So, anyways, you remember how I mentioned that The Last Jedi doesn't understand Chekhov's gun at all, or Chekhov's X-Wing? I have never seen an example of Chekhov's gun that took 2 movies to actually come to fruition, where friggin' Luke uses the Force to lift his old X-Wing, Red 5, out of the water so that Rey can get off the planet. Oh, and as it turns out, Kylo Ren's Starfighter had Vader's Wayfinder on it, so we don't really need to worry about that. So anyway, we gotta wrap this up real quickly. Rey ends up flying to Exegol, purposefully leaving a pathway behind in order to basically, lead the Resistance to Exegol so that they can fight the Final Order Sith fleet. Oh, and you remember how I said that this movie can't commit to anything? We get this scene where R2 reunites with 3PO now that 3PO has had his memory wiped, and 3PO doesn't know who R2-D2 is, and finds him a bit abrasive considering that they just met and he's making such absurd comments about how he knew him. At which point R2 says that he wants to put something in 3PO's head. The scene literally jump cuts to R2 uploading a backup of 3PO's memory into 3PO. And the only consequence that comes from this is that 3PO has apparently lost the last few months or so. Oh, R2, it's so wonderful. Rey is about to go on her first mission. And it's that's seriously the consequence? He's only lost the last few months or maybe years or so? So the 3PO that we knew all this time isn't gone? That entire emotional scene that was supposed to get an emotional rise out of us, that's just done away with? Like I said, this movie can't commit to anything. Okay, so let's just wrap this up real quickly. Because Rey is leaving a trail that the Resistance can follow, they end up piling up into their fleet, they end up flying out to Exegol to fight him. Meanwhile, Lando and Chewie take the Millennium Falcon into the center rim of the galaxy, and they send out a signal rallying anybody who is willing to fight against the First Order and the Sith fleet, come and join them. So basically it's kind of like what happened on Crate, except I think we're expected to yield positive results. Rey lands on Exegol and goes to confront Palpatine herself, and basically Palpatine reveals that, she is, in fact, his granddaughter, and he had been waiting for her. Her parents tried to hide her from him, and he sent the Inquisitor to collect her, so that, basically, they had to sell her to Unkar Plutt in order to keep her safe and whatnot, and the Inquisitor killed her parents and everything, so... Palpatine reveals what his true plan was. He wants her to take her lightsaber and strike him down in anger and kill him so that she'll be overflowed with the dark side so that he'll be able to possess her. Kind of like how it was in the Dark Empire, because, like I mentioned, his clone bodies can't handle the power of the Force, and he's just falling apart and everything. He needs to reincarnate into somebody else's body so that he can actually be a true person yet again. So, his original plan in that comic series was to reincarnate himself by possessing the infant child of Han and Leia, which Leia was still pregnant with at the time. So that would have been weird. Anyways, so she claims that she won't fall to the dark side, that she won't basically join him and whatnot, and we literally get the exact same climax from Return of the Jedi. We have the Resistance fleet coming in, where there are basically just a few snub fighters and one blockade runner and whatnot, fighting against friggin' Star Destroyers. So, here's one of the stupidest plots about the entire friggin' movie. Apparently, basically speaking, because the Star Destroyers are still inside the atmosphere, they can't raise their shields, which means that the ships are vulnerable to attack. And I'm just left thinking, what would it matter at all if they are in the atmosphere or not? Why don't they have their shields raised? And you realize that the only reason that they don't have their shields raised, and why there's a contrived reason for why they can't raise their shields, is entirely for plot convenience. Booey for you. Why so serious? Okay, so basically speaking, they had to basically make it seem like this small band of fighters actually had the chance to take down the friggin' Star Destroyers. Oh yeah, I completely skipped over a completely superfluous scene that has even more egregiousness, because yeah, the Sith Order, the Sith fleet is like a whole lot of Death Stars, but the First Order didn't really seem like they needed all that much equipment or like resources to begin with, so why would they even bother like needing this new fleet of Star Destroyers that look outdated compared to their Star Destroyers? Well, it turns out we get a scene where Palpatine sends out one Star Destroyer into the galaxy, and it uses a miniaturized Death Star cannon that has been loaded onto it to completely destroy that planet that the characters were on before. You remember that planet where we met with Poe's ex-girlfriend and basically had 3PO's memory wiped? Yeah, that planet's completely destroyed, and yet that character is going to be fine. It's fine. It's all fine. So yeah, miniaturized Death Star tech on friggin' Star Destroyers, and now you got an entire fleet of them, and that's supposed to make me feel tension, because apparently Palpatine's grand plan was that he was going to unleash the entire fleet across the entire galaxy and basically blow up every single planet that they basically come across. What are you going to have left to rule after that? Okay, so what's going on? What happens next is that basically, because Exegol has such a dangerous atmosphere, it's hard to navigate through. So the way that the Star Destroyers are supposed to navigate through the atmosphere is to follow the signal that's being projected from this nearby radio tower. Finn gets the idea to destroy that tower if they... One moment. If they destroy the tower, the fleet will be trapped here. unfortunately, that general guy that killed Hux from before, who apparently is so loyal to Palpatine even from the days of the original Empire, he gets wise to what they're doing and is like, shut down that tower. We'll broadcast the signal from our ship and lead them out. So now it boils down to we gotta friggin' destroy the First Order Star Destroyer, Kylo Ren's own Star Destroyer. So then we get the scene with the horses and whatnot, and basically, like, they end up landing the dropship with the ground crew on the surface of the Star Destroyer itself, and they end up riding towards the communications array. And I'm thinking, that's really the reason why this entire climax takes place in an atmosphere, so that we can have this dumbass scene with the dumbass horses. So they end up using some explosives, they blow up the communications tower, communications array, but basically Finn decides to stay behind on the Star Destroyer along with that other girl that they met on Endor, whatever planet, whatever moon it was, and decide that they need to take out the bridge. So they go to hotwire a blaster cannon with a turbo laser on the surface of the Star Destroyer, and I'm just left thinking, how does hot wiring a turbo laser even work? Because the turbo lasers are not automatic. There's actually a guy inside the turbo laser itself using manual controls. How is it that cutting a few wires together suddenly gives you control over this thing to the point where you can turn it around, aim it at the bridge, and blow the bridge the fuck up? So basically, like, before we get to all that point, like, Rey is supposed to be tempted to the dark side because, like, all of her friends are up there fighting and they're in a losing situation and they're probably going to die. We're supposed to have this moment where it seems like the Resistance is going to lose because ships are being blasted out of the sky, and Finn and Poe is basically like, I'm sorry, everybody, we failed. And then basically it's like, the movie literally rips off Avengers Endgame, because the movie literally has the on your left moment. That's the moment when Lando contacts Poe over the intercom, and the Falcon comes out of hyperspace into the planet's atmosphere, leading an entire fleet of ships. And it's just like, who are all these people? They're just people. Yeah. They're people with guns. So now we've got like a whole bunch of ragtag ships that are flying around, blowing shit up, and we even get a cameo from a Dennis Lawson as Wedge on the Falcon, and I'm just left thinking, Wedge? So I'm just wondering where the hell he's been throughout the entire trilogy. Why the hell has he been regulated to just this one fucking cameo? But anyways, so now it seems like the battle can actually be won. They start attacking like all the other Star Destroyers, start to bring them down and whatnot. But before this point, Rey is basically still like succumbing to her anger with Palpatine. And that's when Kylo Ren shows up. I guess I should start calling him Ben Solo, but Ben shows up, and it's implied that he got here from flying a classic TIE fighter from the original trilogy, and we have that shot with the TIE fighter and the X-Wing in the same frame together, which is really why they did that. But are you seriously telling me to believe that in that wreckage of the Death Star's, like, just main firing disc, that an actual hangar with a TIE fighter still intact was actually a part of all that? There was an actual hangar, and he found one TIE fighter that was actually intact. A lot of people say that, like, it's a plot hole that, like, the TIE fighter can fly through hyperspace when it actually isn't. I mean, basically they had the TIE fighters do that back in the first movie, so But I mean, if people can, like, get so upset at Jurassic World for, like, having a, like, expired gas or something for the Jeep in that movie, when realistically, if you watch the movie, they didn't actually use the gas in that Jeep, how is it that people aren't getting upset at this TIE fighter that apparently needs fuel that's just been sitting there for the last 30 years? So Kylo Ren comes in, Ben comes in to try and help Rey, but he gets surrounded by the Knights of Ren. The Knights of Ren start beating up Ben, but for some reason they don't have lightsabers or laser weapons of their own. They're using medieval weaponry, and I'm just left thinking, you guys are supposed to be the Knights of Ren serving a Sith Lord with a red fucking glowing lightsaber. Where are your laser axes? Where are your laser daggers? Where's your laser whip? Like, everything that the Praetorian Guards from the last movie had, you guys should fucking have. So then, Rey uses the Force connection between the two of them to literally give Ben Solo Anakin's lightsaber, and Ben fights off the First Order. Meanwhile, Rey activates Leia's lightsaber, and the two of them stand against Emperor Palpatine and whatnot. And so Ben comes in to join them, and the two of them stand together and whatnot, at which point, basically, Palpatine starts strangling them with a Force choke, I think, and then basically he realizes that the two of them are a dyad in the Force, just basically like it is as like Snoke predicted, as one rises, the other must rise up to match them or whatever, and basically, Palpatine begins sucking the life force out of them to restore his own body. So, this is how Palpatine gets back to full power. Oh, and apparently all across this chamber is an entire horde of Sith, and I'm just left thinking, what happened to there can only be two? Who are these people? Are they acolytes? Are they followers? Are they other failed clones? So anyway, Palpatine gets back up to full power, and he uses Force Lightning on the entire Rebel fleet up in the Resistance fleet up in the sky. Now, you remember earlier in this movie where Rey uses Force Lightning accidentally and it completely blasts an entire ship out of the sky? We see from this scene, this is the most powerful form of Force Lightning that's ever been seen on screen, and yet it doesn't blow up a single ship. It only disables them, like they were hit with an EMP blast. So everybody's ships are basically falling out of the sky, except they're really just floating there, which doesn't make any sense because they're supposed to be in an atmosphere. So basically speaking, how is it that these people aren't dead? It's literally only a few minutes until their ships basically like come back online, and they can basically like fly back and basically like finish everything. And oh god, I've only got like 10 minutes before I have to leave for work. How am I not done with this yet? Well, screw it. I'm just basically just not gonna show up to work on time. Who cares? Anyways, so after basically Palpatine has finished sucking the life out of Kylo Ren, he basically like force chokes him and says, "With your fall, so falls the last Skywalker." And then just throws Kylo Ren away and he falls off a cliff, leaving Anakin's lightsaber behind. And then basically like Palpatine tries to kill Rey with Force Lightning, and she's holding it off with Leia's lightsaber, and he basically says, "You can't beat me. I am all the Sith." Basically, like, I am the dark side itself. And, like I said, this movie rips off Avengers Endgame because this is basically the I am inevitable moment with Thanos, and so we all know what that means. Friggin' Rey uses the Force to call on the Leia's lightsaber, and she's hearing the voices of all the previous Jedi. We hear Hayden Christensen as Anakin Skywalker, and I think we hear Ahsoka Tano in there as well. For some reason, we hear Alia Secura. No idea, like, why they brought her back, but anyways, so she she ignites Anakin's lightsaber alongside Leia's, and for some reason, this gives her enough coverage to where she can not only protect herself from Palpatine's Force Lightning, but actually deflect it back at him, at which point she literally says, "And I am Iron Man." Nah, she says, "I am all the Jedi," and I fucking hate that so much. This is the dumbest part of the entire friggin' climax, because it's like, well, for the one thing, She basically destroys Palpatine by deflecting his Sith lightning back at him, and it's like everybody says, why doesn't he just stop using the Force lightning? Seriously, that was a huge friggin' disappointment for me that we didn't get to see Palpatine in a lightsaber duel one last time. So Palpatine disintegrates, the Sith fleet starts blowing up, everything is saved, everything's all hunky-dory, but apparently Rey exhausted the last of her life force by doing all of that for some reason, and she dies. At which point Ben climbs up the side of the cliff and comes to her and uses the Force to heal her and bring her back to life. The two of them see each other and they kiss, at which point he dies. Because apparently he had to use the last of his life force in order to basically bring her back to life and whatnot. And so, basically speaking, that's the moment that caused all of the really obnoxious, all the creepy fan shippers out there to basically with hatred and frustration. To the point where now they're literally threatening J.J. Abrams' life because how dare he kill off Ben Solo? I seriously cannot believe that there are videos coming up on YouTube now with people, quote-unquote, correcting the ending, which reveal Ben Solo is still alive. And so, basically speaking, obligatory celebration scene with the Resistance meeting up back at the planet, celebrating defeating their victory, and all across the galaxy, people all over from every single world are now inspired to rise up against the First Order and beat them as well. And for some reason, they actually are winning, despite the fact that it seems like this entire galaxy has been completely demilitarized. But anyway, so there's a lot of stuff that basically is just kind of pointless. Let's just end this movie because I gotta get going. We cut to Tatooine with the final scenes of the movie, where we see Rey go to the old Owen Lars moisture farm, the old Skywalker homestead, where she basically goes down towards the old place and whatnot, where she buries Anakin and Leia's lightsabers in the sand underneath there. You know, if they wanted this to actually be a family affair, where the hell is Luke's lightsaber? Shouldn't Luke's lightsaber be a part of this? Seriously. So anyways, she buries it, and then she reveals that she's got her own lightsaber, and apparently the blade is golden. Yeah, because that just perfectly describes Rey, doesn't it? I mean, technically it looks more yellowish-orange, but the first time a color like this has ever been seen in the live-action theatrical movies, and they had to give it to Rey, just comes off as more egregious. So, out of nowhere, this random traveling woman shows up and says, "It's been a while since this place has had anyone. What's your name?" "My name is Rey." "Rey who?" Rey looks over and she sees the Force ghosts of Luke and Leia watching her and smiling at her, at which point she says, "Rey Skywalker." And then the movie ends with the dual sunset yet again. And that's the end of the movie. I wish that I could give you my thoughts on it, but I'm going to be late for work if I don't leave right now, so I'm going to have to basically do at least one last video to wrap up my final thoughts on it. Sorry, looks like we're going to have just one more, so I'll talk to you guys when I get back. Okay guys, I am back from work, and basically I figured that since this part of the video isn't going to be all that long anyway, I might as well tack it on to the end of the previous conversation where we left off before work, so that I don't drag this out with yet another part in this already bloated Rant Ramble series. So, basically I left off with the final shot of the movie with Rey basically taking the Skywalker name and basically... I'm sorry, but that's something that I have to talk about. Over the last, I don't know how many years it's been, 4 years since The Force Awakens, so many of the shills have tried to disprove the completely absurd notion that Rey is somehow a Mary Sue, because the only reason that she's being called a Mary Sue is for completely sexist reasons, right? And yet, every single time they try to defend her from being a Mary Sue, they end up inadvertently confirm that she is, in fact, a Mary Sue. It's literally like they live in a world where logic is the complete opposite of what logic truly is. And that's just friggin' ridiculous, and I can't stand listening to them sometimes, because honestly, if these people were actually smarter than I know that they actually are, it would seem like they were doing this intentionally. Like that scene from William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, where after Caesar and, oh crap, I forgot the other guy's name. They basically have made the claim that, like, wait, no, after Brutus, yeah, and the other guy. After basically they made the claim that, like, Brutus is an honorable man, so he killed Caesar because he sensed that Caesar was becoming a tyrannical despot and whatnot. Marcus Aurelius then takes the stage and basically... No, not Marcus Aurelius, Mark Antony, I'm so sorry. Mark Antony then takes the stage and literally basically like tries to defend Brutus as well and condemn Caesar, but the real gig that Antony is doing is that he's actually trying to disprove like what Brutus was saying. He's literally trying to drag Brutus's character through the mud and make the people of Rome doubt what Brutus had just told them by literally saying, well, Brutus, of course, is an honorable man, and Caesar was falling into tyranny. And basically they keep confirming that, yeah, he really wasn't falling into tyranny because he kept refusing power. And so basically by making them examine what really happened instead of just taking Brutus's word for it, he was able to turn the crowd against Brutus and the other conspirators. Cassius, that's what the other conspirator's name is, Cassius. So... But these people aren't smart enough to do that. I legitimately believe that they are earnest when they try to defend Rey from being called a Mary Sue, because they're under the automatic assumption that any movie that criticizes a female in the movie is automatically sexist. Now, here's what I don't get about that entire argument. Let's take Megan Fox from the Transformers movies. Literally speaking, she gets a whole lot of criticism in those movies because the main criticism is that her entire portrayal is sexist because she's being just used as a sex object in the movie. Are those criticisms that are calling this movie sexist lobbied against Megan Fox in themselves sexist because they are being lobbied toward a woman? So... that's basically just, like, one of the worst parts about this entire identity political nonsense, because it's like, you're defending this completely indefensible movie, and this completely indefensible trilogy, just because you want to pretend like you give a damn about women's rights and whatnot, when in reality, you really don't. You just want to signal that you just want to make it seem like you do, because you're hoping that it'll either get you social acceptance points, blue check marks on Twitter, or it'll get you laid. Or maybe it'll get you a job, like a friggin' diversity hire. But the reason why I just hate the fact that Rey becomes a Skywalker is because Rey is not just a Mary Sue in this trilogy. She's a parasite. This trilogy was about the Skywalker family. It was the Skywalker family drama. And yet, the only character in this movie that these movies focus on that is in any way related to the Skywalkers is the offshoot, the nephew of Luke Skywalker. And that's a really terrible thing, because it's like, you started out the saga with the father, you started out the saga, then you basically, like, finished the saga with the son. Now you get this completely superfluous second chapter of the ending that follows the son's nephew? What sense does that make? I mean, basically speaking, I highly doubt this problem would be fixed if Luke had a son. I mean, I honestly don't know how that would work. Maybe Luke's Jedi Order basically allows people to get married and have children, especially for the sake of, like, passing on what they have learned as Jedi to the next generation, ensuring that the new generation of Jedi would have strong connections to the Force. Okay, but I mean, effectively speaking, I've heard it put best that the story of the entire Star Wars saga is a story about fathers and sons. Anakin, who was born from a virgin birth, did not have a father, and every single male influence in his life was basically someone who was trying to control him. Watto basically used him as a slave. Qui-Gon Jinn probably would have been an excellent father figure towards Anakin, but he only ever friggin' freed Anakin for his own means, believing that he was the chosen one to bring balance to the Force and whatnot. He definitely would have provided Anakin with a lot more with what he needed at the time, but unfortunately he got killed by Darth Maul. Obi-Wan Kenobi was not ready for the responsibility of training Anakin Skywalker. Even though he was Qui-Gon's apprentice, their views on the Force were starkly different. I don't even know how Qui-Gon Jinn trained Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan ended up the way he is, because basically speaking, Qui-Gon Jinn is a Jedi Order malcontent when you think about it, whereas Obi-Wan Kenobi is basically a Jedi Order poster boy. He does everything by the book, and he was basically only 10 years older than Anakin when they first met, and he took him on as an apprentice. Effectively, you got this teenager who basically just graduated, like, from, well, the Jedi equivalent of high school, maybe college, I don't know. Basically, this teenager who literally just became a Jedi Knight teaching you how to be a Jedi, when the guy that basically, like, you thought was going to teach you, this wise old mentor figure who, well, let's face it, Qui-Gon Jinn kind of looks like Jesus Christ. Yeah, he ends up dead, and you can't, and basically now you're stuck with this guy. That's a huge problem, because Obi-Wan effectively becomes Anakin's de facto father figure, but because he is so young and a bit arrogant and of his own right, he also basically tries to compete with Anakin in a lot of ways. And because of this, because Anakin is not getting what he seeks father figures elsewhere, which is what leads him to Palpatine, and thus ends up in a worse position than he ever was in. And then the rest of the saga with the original trilogy is all about Luke learning that his father was actually a great man instead of a drug smuggler, that he basically, like, was this war hero, part of an ancient religion of stoic knights who protected peace and order across the galaxy. So it's all about him trying to live up to that legacy, only to find out that his father actually fell to the dark side. And then it becomes about getting out of his father's shadow and growing kind of into his own man, while also trying to redeem the man his father was, because he believes there has to still be good in him. So the idea that Rey just basically comes in and she's not related to the Skywalkers at all, but is instead related to the Palpatines. Now, don't get me wrong, like I said, it was predictable that they would make Rey into a Palpatine, because that seemed to be the only realistic way they could tie her in with the entire story if she wasn't going to be a Skywalker or a Solo, because when you think about it, the entire saga is about necessarily two families and how the one family tried to manipulate the other. Granted, we don't think about how Palpatine as a family, we've only ever seen him as one individual, but, well, like I said, we'll get to, like, everything going with Palpatine, but it just feels like Rey comes in and she's being given things that she doesn't deserve. I'll touch upon that point, like, more later, but you guys remember when the Last Jedi came out, and so many people were questioning why Rey had grown so strong with the Force, and why they were able to kill Snoke just like that? Apparently, there was a fan theory going around, at least I think it was a fan theory. It might have actually come from the novelization of The Last Jedi, that basically tried to establish that when Snoke created the connection between her and Kylo Ren, he also accidentally allowed Rey to gain access to his own mind and body, and somehow she began siphoning off Snoke's force energy and thus making herself more powerful. That doesn't really work, considering that she was already so incredibly powerful by this point in the movie, so... But like I said, they tried to make an explanation which literally made Rey into a parasite. So yeah, they've got this idea that Rey is already parasitic in nature when it comes to actually defending the things that she does in these movies. But now, let's think about, like, everything that's really going on in the situation. Rey has no active reason to be a part of these events. She literally is like one of the most passive protagonists I've ever seen in a movie, because she doesn't seem to be even all that interested in and invested in being a part of this story. Like, with Luke, for example, when he found out that his father had this great legacy, he still wasn't ready to just drop everything and abandon his life on Tatooine, because despite the fact that he wants to get away and, like, get out of, like, and get off the planet, he knows that he can't abandon his aunt and uncle when they need him. He's not that kind of guy who would just leave them hanging. But then when he finds out that the Imperials are looking for the droids, and they're willing to kill the Jawas that sold them, he immediately realizes that, of course, they're gonna find out who they sold the droids to. Then he finds Aunt and Owen's dead corpses out on the front lawn, and basically he realizes that basically they're dead, and now there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing left for me here except a broken home and just sad memories. So now Luke has a personal investment. He wants to go and basically become a great man like his father was, as a way of surreptitiously gaining revenge on the Empire for what they did to Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru. He wants to basically make their deaths not be in vain in a lot of ways. Rey, on the other hand, her only motivation is to basically survive long enough on this junk heap of a planet that is Jakku, waiting for her parents to one day come back for her. Now, Rey is purportedly 19 years old at the time of the time of The Force Awakens, and I think that basically she was sold to Unkar Plutt, I'd say around the time maybe she was 4 or 5, maybe even 6 at the latest, so realistically she's been on that planet for, at the very least, 14 years. You would think that if your parents actually were coming back for you, they'd be back, like, within maybe the first few years or so. How is it that she hasn't given up any sort of hope that her parents are coming back for her? But anyways, because Rey has no real motivation and literally wants nothing to do with this, literally to the point where she literally, like, tries to follow the hero's journey only to get kidnapped and roped back into the plot, you would think that once she'd basically gotten away from the First Order, she would take her ship back to Jakku and wait for her parents, but no. Suddenly, her motivation shifts to learning all about the ways of the Force in order to basically garner some explanation about why things are happening to her the way she is. And it's like, okay, at the same time, she's also still wondering who her parents are, and she's hoping that the Force is going to reveal who her parents are. That just, once again, just comes off as a lack of motivation, because it feels like she's just sort of using the plot and all these interesting characters as a means to an end in order to gain her own goals. She's not really the protagonist of this film, because in a lot of ways she doesn't really contribute anything meaningful to the plot. Sure, she's the solution to the problems, but she doesn't really add any sort of emotional depth or deep character introspection. We have nothing that is able to connect us with her. It's not really just from the fact that she's perfect, it's because she literally has nothing there. Like, sorry to say, but the idea of searching for who your parents are when you honestly should have gotten over that entire cause and moved on after a decade and a half of your parents not being around, honestly, like, Rey should be a completely different character than who these movies wanted to portray her as being. Like, okay, so, but like I said, it feels like the movies are going out of their way to give Rey stuff that she doesn't actually deserve. She basically is like giving She's given great piloting skills, even though she didn't earn them. She's given the Millennium Falcon by stealing it from the person who stole it from Han, and just for some reason she inherits it after Han dies, despite the fact that the co-owner of the ship is literally still alive and serving as her co-pilot. He's just her chauffeur at this point. She is given she's attempted to be given Anakin Skywalker's lightsaber for literally no reason other than the fact that the Force called out to her in a way that literally doesn't make any sense. I mean, it, it just feels weird, especially considering, like, in retrospective, considering that she's a Palpatine. Like, the Force should actually be far more wary of her than it is accepting of her. She's given Force powers just like that. I mean, it's bad enough that she basically used the Jedi mind trick without really knowing that the Jedi mind trick was even possible, that she pulled the lightsaber to herself without even knowing that she could do that. The worst part about it is because of the fact that she doesn't have a struggle doing these things. Luke had to struggle. The struggle endeared us to him because, at the same time, we didn't know what was possible with the Force. Literally speaking, in that scene where Luke is supposed to lift the starfighter out of the swamp using the Force, we don't know that it's even possible that the Force can do something that impressive. And the reason that Luke doesn't believe isn't necessarily a doubt in the Force, it's a doubt within himself. He doesn't believe that he himself has the power to do this. This is a scene of self-doubt. Luke doesn't believe in himself, and therefore he can't believe in the Force. That's why when Yoda shows him how effortlessly it can be through the power of relief, it becomes a very powerful moment. That Yoda, this small creature of unimpressive stature that everybody underestimates the first time they see him, having the power to do this with relative ease, it shows just how wrong Luke was about what the Force truly is. But Rey, she treats the Force like it's a fucking X-Men superpower. Like, she just basically was born with it, therefore she doesn't necessarily have to practice with it. Look, I'm just gonna basically put it out there that X-Men superheroes and Marvel superheroes, whenever they get their powers, they still have to practice at them to make sure they can actually use them responsibly. I mean, how would it be in the first friggin' Spider-Man movie that basically, like, as soon as Peter Parker basically, like, started climbing up the walls and jumping around, that's stuff that's fairly easy to get a hang of, but when he first tries to web swing, he doesn't know how to do it. He needs to figure out that you press the palm to shoot the web, and then he tries swinging from the web, but he doesn't have the experience and thus the instinct to fire off another web before he crashes into the side of that building. So yeah, the movie shows that he has to practice in order to get the hang of web swinging. Nobody's going to be an expert at something that they do immediately right off the bat. It even has a scene in the room where he's training to use his webs offensively, and so many people get upset about the friggin' Dr. Pepper can. So anyways, the fact is that Rey does not have a moment of doubt where she doubts herself and her own power until this movie. It really comes off as frustrating because it's like, this is a character that no one in any way, shape, or form can relate to. And the worst part about it is the fact that, well, really when you think about it, like, in this movie, Rey's doubt has nothing to do with her own power. It's her identity, yet again, basically posing a threat to to not just herself, but the entire frickin' galaxy. because she believes that she's evil. Now, I mentioned that the entire topic of this little ramble, this section of the ramble, is that Rey is a parasite, correct? I don't get the sense that Rey is a parasite any stronger throughout the rest of the series than the ending of this movie. The fact that she ends the entire trilogy, as well as, supposedly, the entire Skywalker saga, by taking the Skywalker name. I don't care what Disney or any of the shills have to say, these movies are not canon. The saga ended back in 2005, where we learned exactly how Anakin Skywalker became Darth Vader and how the new hope for the galaxy was born. That's the end of it, because these movies do nothing except pointless fan service that fans don't even enjoy because of how much they're getting wrong, and pointless lip service to a political group that quite frankly needs to go away. These people have basically just been around for too long. They need to friggin' go away now. So, let me just put it like this. I feel like this movie wants to imagine that being a Skywalker is a lot more important than basically claiming to be a Skywalker is a lot more important than actually being one. That the idea of a Skywalker is more important than the actual Skywalkers themselves. Effectively speaking, they think that being a Skywalker is a lot like being Batman, except it isn't. Batman was an invention by one man who intentionally designed Batman to be as unidentifiable and unrelatable as possible. Therefore, virtually anybody could don the cape and cowl and be Batman should Bruce ever not be able to carry out his duties as the Caped Crusader. Effectively speaking, that's the point of the ending of The Dark Knight Rises, as well as Christopher Nolan's Batman trilogy. The idea of Batman being a symbol, not just a symbol of fear that criminals cower from, but also a symbol of hope that Gotham can rally behind. And that's why at the end of the movie, he leaves instructions for Blake to find the Batcave underneath Wayne Manor so that he can take up duties as Batman now that Bruce has a life. The Skywalkers, on the other hand, the Skywalkers are not meant to be a symbol. Not necessarily a hollow symbol that anybody can just insert themselves into. The Skywalkers are a genealogic familial lineage. Anakin Skywalker is literally the chosen one. He was literally created by the Force as a reaction to Darth Plagueis' dark side experiments because he caused such a disturbance in the Force that the Force is like, yeah, no, I'm gonna have to make something to take care of this. He created something specifically to not just destroy the Sith, but destroy basically anybody who really abused the Force in a negative way, which the Jedi sort of fell into because they had grown misguided and arrogant and basically overconfident and secure in their own power in a lot of ways. Effectively, the Force wanted to return things to a status quo. But in order to put perspective on how special Anakin Skywalker and the Skywalker bloodline is, there's an episodic three-parter in Season 3 of the Clone Wars that takes place on a planet known as Mortis, where Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka literally encounter the physical embodiments of the Force, the light side, and the dark side itself, in the form of a family. A family known as the father, who represents the Force in its nebulous state, the daughter, who represents the light side of the Force, and the son, who represents the dark side of the Force. The father, believing that Anakin Skywalker is truly the chosen one, had brought Anakin there because as the father grows old and weak and starts to die, Anakin will be the one to take his place and bring balance to the Force in order to keep the balance between the son and the daughter, to prevent them from ravaging the entire universe with their power. And in order to prove that Anakin is in fact the legitimate chosen one who has the power to rein in both sides of the Force, he literally puts Anakin into a test to save Obi-Wan and Ahsoka from the daughter and the son respectively, and Anakin uses the Force to bring them both to their knees. Effectively, Anakin has the power to make the light side and the dark side of the Force kneel before him. And that is why he is the chosen one, why he had to walk both paths. He is the power of the Force itself. And basically, a lot of people think that Anakin failed in that mission by falling to the dark side. His redemption was a big part of it. He had to basically be brought back in order to destroy Sidious, but that would have been the only way to destroy the cycle of the Sith, to redeem the apprentice so that when they destroyed the Master, the Sith legacy died with them. So effectively speaking, that was the only way that it could really happen to end the Sith permanently. And that's why the rule of two was really kind of bad in a lot of ways, because it basically almost guaranteed that the Sith would be teetering on the edge of extinction. But the point of the matter is, Anakin Skywalker's children, because Anakin is born purely of the Force itself, have an incredible connection to the Force. And yet, despite the fact that they had both been alive for 19 flippin' years, they never knew that they had this connection to the Force, because they never knew what the Force was to begin with. They didn't have the proper training to bring out the latent Force potential within either of them. It's only when Luke begins training with Obi-Wan to feel the Force coming out from inside of him that Luke begins scratching the surface of what he is capable of. And yet the only real successful thing that Luke does with the Force, apart from blocking laser bolts with a lightsaber, is destroy the Death Star by making a literally impossible shot. That's basically explains how they can be so powerful, yet still believable in a lot of sense. Anakin Skywalker, when he was a kid, could only use the Force on the purest instinct in order to basically avoid crashing while flying in a pod race. And the thing about that you gotta keep in mind is that he was initially forced to pod race by Watto before Qui-Gon and them showed up. Just because he basically ended up having a love and a passion for it doesn't mean that it was essentially his choice to go along with it. He was still a slave, mind you. Now, so basically the idea that Rey is basically taking on the name Skywalker, it literally is once again the movie trying to have its cake and eat it too, about how anybody can be special like the Skywalkers. All you have to do is say you're a Skywalker and you'll be a Skywalker. I mean, who's going to contend to you? They're all dead. And worst of all, you're such a Mary Sue that they like you enough to let you get away with this. The worst part about it is that the fact that this saga ends with the Palpatine being the one that saves the day, because suddenly this is no longer the Skywalker saga. This isn't the end of the Skywalker saga at all, because this movie, in and of itself, retroactively transforms the entirety of the Star Wars saga to no longer being the Skywalker saga, but instead the Palpatine saga. So the idea that literally the physical manifestation of evil in these movies literally becomes the main protagonist and ends up being the hero and the final solution that defeats the evil once and for all, it comes off as cringeworthy. I mean, ultimately speaking, there are some people that basically make the claim that, like, Palpatine in this movie is meant to represent the evil patriarchy, which doesn't actually exist. Me, I'm not necessarily gonna go into that because I actually think that this movie did right by dialing back on the amount of social justice, progressive politics pandering in this movie, and rightfully so. That was one of the best parts about it, and that's why so many of the friggin' SJW shills are reeing and screeching out there because apparently Star Wars isn't woke enough for them anymore. Hell, they're literally, like, trying to attack the original trilogy for not being woke enough. Yeah, because, like, the prequel movies, passing the all-so-important Bechdel test meant so much in the long run, right? But anyway, the point that I'm just basically going to get into really comes in an even worse implication when it comes to the fact that Rey is a Palpatine. Because really, in a lot of ways, Luke was disgraced and Leia was just a non-entity in these movies, so the idea that Rey ends up becoming the main protagonist really effectively goes to show that they have a really sort of... They either have a really twisted mindset when it comes to writing this story, or they are completely tone-deaf in what they have actually accomplished. Anakin Skywalker being conceived from a virgin birth is meant to basically be a direct reference to the Christ metaphor. Whether you guys like it or not, Anakin is effectively the chosen one meant to be the Christ figure. And those that carry on his lineage, Luke, the man who redeemed him and basically managed to get him to come back to the light side, Luke, in a lot of ways, is kind of like the Christ figure as well, because Luke nearly had to sacrifice himself in order to get Vader to come back to the light side. So effectively speaking, Luke and Anakin being the personifications of goodness in the galaxy and Christ-like figures in their own right, they end up being disgraced in this new trilogy, and instead, the female protagonist, which is basically being propped up in light of their disgrace, she is now the symbol of good that can do no wrong, turns out to be the heir of literally the Star Wars equivalent of the devil. Now, you might basically, like, make that statement. I personally think that the son of Mortis was actually more devil-like than Palpatine, but Palpatine is one seriously evil bastard, so keeping on this line of thinking, the simple fact is, what Disney has actually accomplished here is that they've created a false idol in Rey and effectively replaced the actual Christ figure, the actual chosen one, with the Antichrist. So now Disney Lucasfilm literally has people following the Antichrist of the Star Wars franchise. So yeah, that's part of the reason why so many people thought that it would be more interesting if Rey turned to the dark side back in The Last Jedi and Kylo Ren was instead redeemed. Because, like, that would be the only way to not only get the trilogy actually into an interesting variant on itself to where it wasn't just following the original trilogy anymore, but it would also explain why the hell Rey was so friggin' powerful. And why it was coming so easy to her. She was literally choosing the quick and easy path, which is the dark side, and why the mirror trial showed her exactly as she was when the mirror is supposed to make you confront the darkness within yourself. Yeah, it would finally be the movie's way of admitting that she is in fact pure evil. So, okay. Rey just is given things that she doesn't deserve. And not only does she have the Millennium Falcon now, she technically also has Red 5, Luke's TIE fighter. No, not TIE fighter, X-Wing fighter. So, she's basically just been given everything from the original trilogy. And it doesn't make sense. These things don't belong to her. She doesn't deserve them because she hasn't earned them in any way, shape, or form. And that's the biggest problem, because you would think that if you wanted to make a movie with a female protagonist, you'd actually go as far as to make that female protagonist interesting. Give them a character arc that shows that they deserve the things that they are getting, instead of just being given to them outright. But no, they think that basically having a female protagonist who's a complete blank slate is enough for these movies, and it goes to show that they're only ever using it as a means to an end, a smokescreen to basically prevent criticism, and a means of basically getting blue check marks and pats on the back from at the socialist elite champagne cocktail parties. Champagne socialist cocktail parties. Speaking of giving female protagonists their time in the spotlight without truly deserving it, the fact that basically someone at Lucasfilm wanted the entire trilogy to basically focus on Leia instead of Luke really goes to show that they just did not understand what this saga actually was, and they tried to retrofit Princess Leia into something that she wasn't ever meant to be. Sure, there are some supplementary stories out there and some what-if comics where Leia becomes a Jedi instead of Luke. Hell, there's one where Leia falls to the dark side and Luke has to fight her in addition to fighting Vader during the confrontation with the Emperor. Okay, so the simple fact is, I'm not entirely against Leia being trained as a Jedi, especially considering that this story basically shows that she called off her Jedi training anyway. But I just don't necessarily see it being something that Leia would want. I see her leaving, like, the Luke's Jedi training because she instead would want to basically get together with Han and have children of her own. And of course, by having children, that means that her children could basically, like, be trained in the ways of the Force instead, so... It just once again feels like Leia is being given stuff that she doesn't deserve, even to the point where, like, the Disney canon once again tries to retcon the idea that Yoda wanted to train Leia instead of Luke. No, that's not the case. Sure, there's that line from the original trilogy where after Obi-Wan says that Luke is their last hope, Yoda says that there is another. That's because they're already in the desperate situation. They basically tried Luke, and Luke basically, at this point, it seems like Luke has failed them both, as he's going to go fight Vader, he's going to fall to the dark side, so now they have to go with Plan B. But Yoda didn't want to necessarily train either of them. Obi-Wan was the one who was insisting that one of them had to be trained, because every single objection that Yoda had towards Luke, he would have had towards Leia as well. She's too old. She basically is reckless and brash-headed just as much as Luke is. I mean, she friggin' knows that the Empire is tracking the Millennium Falcon, and she leads them right to the base on Yavin. That's a very stupid idea no matter which way you slice it. The only thing that I could possibly see justifying this idea is that maybe, just possibly, she was luring the Death Star there so that they wouldn't have to go looking for it. Oh. The idea that Leia basically is being given the legacy that Luke should have had, and worst of all, that we only hear about that legacy, like, through dialogue and one flashback instead of getting to see some of that legacy, that just really kind of irritates me. Like, it would have been one thing if they had established that Leia had gotten any kind of training back in Part 1, but the only sense we get is that Leia senses Han's death, and I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure that someone who is not attuned, that doesn't have necessary training, but still has a strong biological connection to the Force would still be able to sense when their loved ones die. Okay, so it literally feels like Luke was robbed of his legacy because so that they could instead give it to the character that had the preferred gender. Now, I know that I basically said that this movie dialed it back on the progressive, actually regressive social issues, but they're still prominently there, and they were always a part of this trilogy. And it just kind of friggin' frustrates me because there's no excuse as to why you should do that. It's like I basically said from the beginning, Kathleen Kennedy's perspective on the entire Star Wars franchise is that it was an all-boys, no-girls-allowed club. And yeah, basically... And no, it wasn't friggin' like that, and you should know that when you basically take the character that Princess Leia actually was. The farm boy, the smuggler, and the Wookiee go to the detention block to try and rescue her, and yet the three of them end up getting all of them cornered under heavy fire from the stormtroopers. They came in here without the plan for getting out. So, in order to basically get out of there, she had to actually end up rescuing all four of them by doing something in order to get them out of there. She friggin' takes Luke's rifle and blows the hole in the garbage chute before basically taking some shots at the stormtroopers herself before jumping in. So, sure, that wasn't necessarily the smartest decision in the long run, but it actually got them out of the immediate danger. So anyways, man, I am getting worn out by doing all this. Now, basically speaking, I feel like by trying to make this movie into like a basically as an attempt to quote-unquote please everyone, which I doubt that they actually believed was possible at this point, that this movie tried so hard to avoid being another Last Jedi that it ends up being a Last Jedi. A new Last Jedi, because it basically checks all the check boxes. It disrespects the legacy of the previous characters. It gives, like, meaningful plot progressions to characters that don't deserve it. It doesn't focus on what we'd rather be watching, but instead focuses on stuff we don't want to see or whatnot. And the worst and most egregious crime that these movies make, they retroactively make their predecessors even worse. That's an accomplishment of unknown proportions when this movie accomplished at making The Last Jedi an even worse movie than it already was, because one of the worst things that you can do to an entire movie is make it even more meaningless than it already was, and because this movie literally went out of its way to ignore what The Last Jedi did as much as it could get away with, it makes the entire movie pointless. Don't get me wrong, it's a good thing because The Last Jedi doesn't deserve any kind of respect whatsoever, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this movie is any better by comparison. It literally is just as bad as The Last Jedi. I'm not going to say that it's worse, but it is just as bad as, like, the initially in themes and how much it disappoints. It doesn't do much to flat out insult the characters as much, but it also kind of adds a little bit of redemption for Luke after how badly Rian Johnson screwed up Luke's character in the last movie, but it really does basically, like, play up how bad this entire trilogy really friggin' is. Okay, so what's another point that I can talk about? I think that basically, like, from where it goes is that I honestly don't care about Rose Tico all that much. In fact, if she wasn't in the movie, I probably wouldn't even notice it, but it does feel kind of a bit too noticeable at the fact that she was such a big part of the last movie, and yet she's basically been relegated to a meaningless role in this one. It's like, what's the point of even establishing her then? Like, Rose actually... Let me just put it this way. Rose's sister from The Last Jedi, who gets blown up in the first action sequence, has more screen time than Rose has in this movie. And that's like... that's hilarious when you think about it. And everybody was basically saying that like Rose was going to be like a fan favorite character, except nobody friggin' bought her goddamn action figures except for Ethan Van Sciver. So the worst part about it is that like even though it feels like they wanted to do more with Rose, it feels like they don't necessarily address most of the stuff that happened in The Last Jedi because like I mean, it feels in a lot of ways like Finn kind of is rebuffing any sort of romantic entanglement that was being forced on him with Rose, and nothing seems to come from that. Imagine how much more interesting it would be if she basically like clearly still wanted to be together with him only for him to rebuff her and and basically showcase that she's kind of heartbroken at the fact that he's not interested in her. It probably wouldn't be interesting, but it certainly would be hilarious. Speaking of plot points that basically go nowhere, at the end of the movie when the rebels are all celebrating and whatnot, there's a moment where Lando Calrissian meets up with that girl that Finn met on the Endor planet, the Endor moon, really, that basically was a defective stormtrooper like her. I think that they were trying to like go for something that maybe she and Finn might get together or something, even though Finn and Poe keep squabbling like they're somehow a gay couple already. Like they're a gay couple basically in everything except I don't know, just like being open about it and maybe penetration, but whatever. So there's this one scene at the end of it where she asks Lando, General Lando, really should be Admiral Lando at this point, where he's from, and he mentions that he basically like lives in like I don't know this one system. I expected her to say something like she actually was born there before the First Order came and took her, and I was expecting Lando to make a reference about how he once had a wife and daughter out there, but when the First Order attacked, he lost them both. And then the movie was subtly supposed to imply that Lando was going to end up being her father. I feel like that's what they wanted to go for, but why cut the lines of dialogue out of there? Like, why not basically just have it flat out stated that this girl actually is Lando's daughter? And the way that they ended up doing it is that, I'm sorry, I mean, like, I know the rabid, regressive people that watch these movies that are automatically going to assume the worst in this situation. Literally speaking, Lando basically she says that she doesn't really know where she's from or all that, or basically like all that rigmarole, and Lando turns to her and gives her this comforting look and says, "How about we go find out?" And like, well, basically speaking, like, it's supposed to be like an endearing moment where basically that I think is completely harmless, but I guarantee you the movies that the people that are basically saying that all men are potential rapists who can never do anything good are going to find this old man with this young, like, 20-something girl as incredibly creepy and predatory in nature. Don't you friggin' tell me that these people aren't gonna start screeching about that any minute now. I guarantee it. They're going to basically be making a whole bunch of Me Too statements about how Lando Calrissian is creepily honing in on this girl in a predatory fashion. Even though I'm positive that Disney wanted to set it up to where she was going to be revealed to be his long-lost daughter or something. I don't know why they didn't reveal that, but the fact that they left it hanging open-ended like this is really kind of alarming. Okay, so like I said, I didn't necessarily want to talk about the politics of this movie because it's more prominent in The Last Jedi than it was in this one. Despite the fact that I am almost positive that after all these years of realizing that every single project that they have done that tries to push this political message has yielded less and less returns, to the point where we are now losing money on Star Wars, to the point where we can't get people to go to our friggin' theme park, our Star Wars theme park in Orlando, maybe it's time we start moving away from these progressive ideals because they are not selling like we thought they were going to. Now, effectively, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure that Disney is going to start moving away from this phase of their life and start like hoping to put this past behind them, the press build up to these movies definitely showcased that they still want to push this progressive political nonsense. You remember how they made Lando Calrissian a pansexual in Solo, a Star Wars story? Well, they literally manipulate reality in order to basically jump on anything they think might be able to make a progressive statement. Apparently, Billy D. Williams was being interviewed sometime a few months ago, maybe sometime last month, I don't know. It was definitely before the movie premiered, and he basically said from that interview that he doesn't really believe that that gender roles are as like tight or one-dimensional as people claim to be. He feels that everybody has the potential to have both a masculine and feminine side, and that guys that are in touch with their femininity tend to have a bit more of an open mind and creative ideas. The media literally took that interview and literally tried to spin it to where Billy D. Williams flat out said that he's gender fluid. And it's like, no, that's not what he said at all. And it took him a few days to figure out that this is what they were trying to push. And he flat out did an interview saying that that's not what I said at all. I never said that I was gender fluid. That is literally them trying to push that identity onto me. And yet, basically, despite the fact that Billy D. Williams is telling the truth and that literally the media is trying to spin this to make him look like an ally for their bullshit political views, then, because of the fact that he had to come out and tell the truth, people started raging against him, calling him like a transphobe or something. Yeah, these people will use you for their own political gain, but as soon as you no longer fit the mold of what they are trying to basically accomplish, they will turn on you. They will eat you. They will basically throw you out into the garbage. It's literally like the Joker said. Their morals, their code, it's a bad joke, dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized, progressive people, they'll eat each other. You see, basically, like, when these people get backed into a corner and basically realize they're not going to get their way, they start turning on themselves. It literally happened with J.K. Rowling. You see how J.K. Rowling is basically, like, claiming, like, all these progressive ideas just to basically pander to the woke crowd, trying to say that, like, oh, she planned for, like, all these characters in Harry Potter to be more diverse. Harry Potter's not just a school filled with white kids, even though Dean Thomas is a character. And literally speaking, the girl that Ron dated, Lavender Brown, yeah, she's actually supposed to be black in the novels. So, yeah, the books literally have evidence of her, like, having a diverse cast, but no, instead she basically, like, she suddenly wants to make all these characters gay or transsexual or whatnot, but then, basically, like, there was that news story where where this woman basically got fired for, I don't know, some reason, probably has something to do with being accused of transphobia and whatnot. Rowling claimed that she was, like, an ally to, like, to the transgender community, but she literally said, and I quote, that the woman did not deserve to lose her job over accusation alone. This is not how this should be handled. And suddenly, because she had the audacity to defend someone who had offended the delicate sensibilities of the transgender community, suddenly all of her transgender Twitter followers started turning on her and saying things like, "How dare you support someone who hates me? How dare you make a statement that you hate me like this? I once imagined that you would one day write a Harry Potter story introducing a character who is just like me, but how dare you hate me like this? How dare you, by saying that someone who dares to criticize me didn't deserve to lose their job, you must be making a statement of hate, right?" That's the problem with these people. They're literally trying to equate everything that goes against their position as being hateful, to the point where actual hatred will not mean anything anymore. Everything will just basically be completely meaningless and worthless because they will have ascribed it to everything. So, okay. The simple fact is, they will turn on anyone that no longer supports their delusional view of reality. And that, while we're on that subject, that brings us nicely to the Raylo shippers. I've basically said it ever since was established in The Force Awakens that Disney made a huge mistake by pandering to this crowd, by trying to force the main conflict of the entire saga to have a romantic subplot between the emo bad boy villain and the pure can do nothing wrong female protagonist. That was a huge friggin' mistake, because Star Wars was never about that kind of love, especially not with the Jedi character involved. Like, the prequels went out of their way to show that what Anakin and Padme was doing was dangerous, because Anakin was being forced to live a lie instead of being able to live openly. It's like Padme said, if we pursue this course, it will literally destroy us. So, effectively speaking, by pandering to this crowd that basically, just apparently meant the world, that basically, thought it was such a great idea to pair off Kylo Ren and Rey in these new movies, that got so attached to the idea of the two of them being shipped. Look, I'm not gonna knock all people who like this ship. Admittedly, when I saw it when watching The Last Jedi, I didn't necessarily get it because I didn't necessarily think it was right for Star Wars, but because I stopped believing that these movies had anything to do with Star Wars a long time ago, I admit that I kind of thought in some way the ship was a little bit adorable. But let's basically face reality here. The ship is an abusive relationship. And not just in one direction either. It's abusive in both ways. It's effectively both parties trying to change the other into being what they want them to be, and usually this ends in them resorting to violence. If you think that basically, the violence is going to basically make Rey into the victim, it actually makes Kylo Ren into the victim, because he's the only one that has been physically damaged whenever they seem to basically come to blows in their abusive domestic relationship. So, the worst part about it is that apparently these screeching harpies got so offended that Kylo Ren died at the end of the movie, and that Rey takes on the name Skywalker instead of Solo, like in a surreptitious marriage to Ben Solo. She basically, they all start screeching. There's literally a video out there that was posted to Twitter with a whole bunch of Raylo fans getting their own private screening where they literally shouted "no" when she said the Skywalker name, and it's like they friggin' hated the fact that that Kylo Ren was killed off because now they can't friggin' be together. And, ugh. The worst part about it is that for years, these same people who have been defending the merits of The Last Jedi just to appear woke in order to basically, like, instead of accepting it for the garbage that it is, they're the ones who have been saying that we, the actual fans of the original trilogy, are the toxic ones because how dare we not embrace the political propaganda that's being shoved down our throats. And yet, in response to the Kylo Ren ship basically ending with the death of the main the male romantic love interest, they are now literally threatening J.J. Abrams' life. They're sending death threats to J.J. Abrams, and worse, they're literally, like, some of them are even making comments about how great it would be if they could frame him for some kind of political scandal. So yeah, who are the ones that are really toxic in this situation? The fans that are giving level-headed and well-thought-out criticism to why these movies are bad, especially when compared to not just their predecessors, but in movie-making in general? Or the people who are literally sending death threats because their OTP ship did not, basically ended up not coming to fruition? And I don't get it. Like, these people, they don't understand the fact that just because he's dead doesn't mean they didn't end up getting together. Like, sure, he's dead, but they at least actually managed to, like, embrace each other at the end there. They had their kiss. I mean, sometimes romances have to end in tragedy. Haven't you ever heard of Romeo and Juliet? Anyways, so I think the worst part about this is that despite the fact that The Rise of Skywalker has continually shown to be an abject failure in the box office and the eyes of both critics and fans, general audiences seem to be okay with it, but let's face it, they were okay with the prequels as well. It's only a matter of time until, like, the opinion on this movie completely changes. So, basically speaking, like, despite the fact that this movie is a complete failure that showcases that Kathleen Kennedy's leadership is a failure, Disney has now started announcing the future of what Star Wars is going to be. They're going to start making more movies. They're going to be doing more with these characters, despite the fact that Daisy Ridley, Oscar Isaac, and John Boyega's contracts have all expired, and they're literally saying that Disney should go on a break because they're tired of being in these movies. Literally speaking, now that John Boyega's contract is up, he's literally, like, taking the fight to these friggin' Reylo pissants and telling them exactly what he thinks of their stupid friggin' opinions and their stupid as hell political affiliation. And I gotta admit, John Boyega earned serious props from me when I saw the videos covering him doing that, because it's like, finally, somebody from these movies flat out tells these people, I don't represent you. I'm not some corporate puppet just so that you can feel better about your identity. Because now people are saying that he's a misogynist for all the things he's saying, and some black woman on Twitter literally had the nerve to say, as a black woman, I can't believe someone like you represented us in these movies. He does not represent you. Literally speaking, he doesn't represent anyone but himself. If you guys are too busy trying to look for skin color when it comes to representation in movies, you deserve to be disappointed. So, Disney announcing that They want to make more movies and more spin-off projects in the future, even going as far as to give Rose Tico, the woman that was basically cut to oblivion in this movie, her own live-action TV series. Who in their right mind is going to watch that? What appeal is that going to have? How is Rose Tico going to carry a show on her own? And how the heck is Rey supposed to come back for a Star Wars musical? Why are they making a Star Wars musical? Is it going to be a Broadway show? Is it going to be a movie? What the hell? Why is Disney announcing all these stupid ideas? Are they trolling us? I think the most laughable part is the idea that Rian Johnson is apparently making the statement that his involvement with making the trilogy that was supposedly promised him all hinged on whether or not the Rise of Skywalker would be successful. As in, he wanted to see whether or not if people actually hated The Last Jedi, or if they just hate the characters of the sequel trilogy to begin with. And, well, I hate to break it to you, Ryan, but I really think that basically people hate The Last Jedi more than they hate the characters, because, like, the audiences seem to like this movie a whole lot more than they liked your movie, but the critics seem to hate this movie compared to yours. You see the disparity there, Ryan? Like, you see, when you have a whole bunch of phonies that are paid off by the corporation in order to give glowing reviews on the movie, on your movie for its progressive politics, but the movie that doesn't have progressive politics doesn't get that kind of kickback or whatever, and the reviews end up tanking because of it. Yeah, that goes to show that really there is a bit of a problem with the quality of your film and not this one. Granted, this film is still bad because it's just completely pointless to watch if you have heard anything about the leaks of this movie. And that was the worst part about watching this movie, because I knew what was going to happen from the leaks, but everything else in the movie was just so fucking telegraphed that it was just I didn't even need to read the leaks to know where the movie was going to go. And that's the biggest failing of this movie, is that with or without the spoilers, this movie is just boring. Like, the action sequences don't mean anything because they barely affect the plot one way or another. It just feels like we move from one action set piece to the next. Yeah, that's ultimately the problem with movies like this nowadays, because they basically move along so quickly that they believe that if they move from one action piece to the next one as quickly as possible, the audience won't be able to actually think about the movie and will thus be fooled into thinking the movie is actually good. In a lot of ways, that might have been what happened with Rogue One, but the simple fact is, this movie tries to do that, but at this point, people are now so aware that this is what these movies are doing that they're not falling for it anymore. You know, the worst part about it is, I've said my piece on the friggin' Rise of Skywalker, and I think that's ultimately the worst part about this movie, is that because it's not nearly as offensive as The Last Jedi, and it doesn't really draw up as much controversy as that movie did, at least not controversy that we care about. So, apart from basically ruining Anakin Skywalker's legacy as well as his children's, and literally handing the protection of the galaxy over to the literal Antichrist, there's really not much to say about this movie. And I think that basically goes to show that no one can really agree on what to name this movie. Like, The Force Awakens obviously got construed into The Farce Awakens, and with The Last Jedi, that obviously became The Last Straw. Solo, Star Wars story. Solo, a Star Wars mistake. This one, nobody can seem to agree on whether or not to call it The Fall of Skywalker, The Fall of Star Wars itself, or The Rise of Soywalker, or Shillwalker, or whatnot. As you can see by this point in the video, I've recently changed up the name to basically talk about something that I feel is more appropriate. the return of the Senate, because that's basically what this movie is all about. He's completely shoehorned into the movie just so that they can pretend like they had a plan to tie the entire thing together. But it's just, once again, he just doesn't really belong here. Now, don't get me wrong, I would have respected the idea of Palpatine being back if it had been handled in a much better way, if it had been a thing that was established since the first entry in this trilogy, instead of being shoehorned in at the last minute. But the fact that it wasn't really just shows that this movie is just desperate in order to basically bring audiences back, because they knew that The Last Jedi fucked everything up. Now, it's ironic because, like, everything that basically I've heard about, like, the production process for these movies makes sense. J.J. Abrams wrote a self-insertist fan fiction that little girls could insert themselves into the role of Rey. Rian Johnson didn't like that fanfic idea, so he instead wrote his own fanfic about how the heroes that we used to look up to as children aren't as good as our memories of them. And he ended up making an objectively worse fanfic than Part 1, and completely derailed the fanfic for Part 3. And what does Part 3 end up doing? Part 3 is a fanfic that ends up ignoring Part 2, and instead carries on what was originally intended from Part 1, except since it doesn't have a primary antagonist, they now have to bring in the old classic antagonist in order to try and pretend like this trilogy ties in with the rest of the saga, instead of making it completely lopsided. The worst part about it is that Palpatine isn't even interesting in this movie. He's barely in it, and he's not active at all. You would think that Palpatine, being Rey's grandfather, would actually have, like, a bigger contribution to what goes on in the plot, but it doesn't. Like, you only ever see Palpatine in person twice, when Kylo confronts him at the beginning of the movie, and then when Rey confronts him right before the climax, and it's like, there could have been so much more done with this character. We could have seen how far his influence had been spreading all throughout the galaxy in the 30 years that he's been quote-unquote gone. But secondly, why would he bother burning down his entire empire? Why would he command the empire to self-immolate in the event of his death if his plan was to one day come back and take over the galaxy again? Why did he choose to basically, like, tell everyone that he was back instead of just basically, like, taking command of the First Order, because he's literally the most powerful being in the entire galaxy? How is the First Order supposed to stop him with any opposition? If the First Order basically rules the galaxy, it's almost telegraphed for him to just come in and take command of the First Order then. Why does he need the rigmarole with the Sith fleet? Why does he need the friggin' Death Star Star Destroyers? It just doesn't really... It just raises too many questions. It doesn't make any sense. Ugh. What made Palpatine the fan-favorite character in the original trilogy was the realization of how clandestine he was. He was literally the greatest snake in the grass that has ever been put to film. His strategy was brilliant. He literally created a crisis in the galaxy, using the corruption that already existed in the Senate to drive whole systems away to leave the Republic and form their own confederacy of independent systems. He had his own apprentice take over leadership and responsibility of that faction, trying to lead them to a prosperous nation, to a prosperous future where the Republic would have no choice but to recognize their sovereignty, only to manipulate them into joining the cause for a gigantic galactic war, with a battle droid army against the clone army. Meanwhile, as he's doing all that, he's securing more and more emergency powers. He basically gains control of the banks, which means he can just print how much money he needs. He basically is like gaining control of like certain of all sorts of other systems. He's basically guaranteeing that the war continues for as long as possible, and best of all, he is literally orchestrating the galaxy to turn against the Jedi, so that when he frames the Jedi of staging a coup, the rest of the galaxy is willing to believe that it happened. It really, watching Palpatine work in the prequel trilogy, it's just a spectacle in and of itself to watch, because you know what's going to happen, so now the only thing you have to worry about is how it's going to happen. But the fact that he's so blatant in this movie to the point where he literally tells the entire galaxy Palpy's back and he's here to stay, he's going to take over the galaxy by force, it doesn't make any sense to me that he would do something like that. Granted, he doesn't necessarily have another 20 or so years to plan a new political rise to power, and the galaxy had largely turned against him during the age of the Galactic Civil War, but I still don't necessarily see why letting all of your enemies across the entire galaxy know that you are alive and you are coming out and you are coming to get them is a good idea. Like, literally speaking, if Palpatine hadn't told anybody that the Sith, that the Final Order and the Sith fleet were coming, the good guys would have lost. That's ultimately the problem of this movie. Like, basically speaking, this movie, just like its predecessor, established that had the bad guys not done what they had done in the movie, the good guys would have lost. They literally shot themselves in the foot. Like, the First Order making a stink about trying to find Luke Skywalker when Luke all this time was just planning to just die of old age anyway. That literally shows that all they had to do was do nothing, and then they would have gotten their wish. Then, when it comes to this movie, had Palpatine not let the entire galaxy know that he was back and out for revenge, then nobody would have expected, and thus nobody would have prepared to stop him. But they did. And the only reason they fucking won is because the movie has a contrived bullshit explanation for why the Star Destroyers don't have shields. Also, we see the most powerful incarnation of Force Lightning put on film, and instead of destroying ships like an accidental, lower-powered Force Lightning did earlier in the movie, it just disables them like a friggin' EMP blast, and yet they're able to stay in the air long enough to where their engines can come back online and they can keep flying, despite the fact that, literally speaking, they're in an atmosphere and they should be crashing at this point. What else is there to complain about? I honestly don't know. The worst part about the entirety of Disney's tenure with Star Wars is that these were movies that a lot of people were curious to see. I'm pretty sure that after the prequel trilogy, everybody universally agreed that they didn't want 7, 8, and 9 to be made because, in a lot of ways, nobody would believe that they would be satisfying. People were still butthurt about the prequels not being as good as they wanted them to be, but they're far from terrible, I should basically say that, but still, they probably wouldn't have wanted George Lucas to begin the movies immediately, even though after Revenge of the Sith, someone actually started a petition to try and get George to make episodes 7, 8, and 9 immediately. But I'm pretty sure that by that point, George basically had decided that the Star Wars saga basically was just a 6-part affair that was all about Anakin Skywalker. Which is good, because anything after that would make the story feel lopsided. But George basically had some ideas of where 7, 8, and 9 would go, but he just didn't necessarily have the willpower to actually go through with them or finish a. He had a treatment or at least an outline of where the stories could go, but I'm pretty sure that like his co-writers couldn't necessarily come up with anything satisfying, at least to a point where Lucasfilm could avoid bankruptcy. So but anyways, these movies, in their current incarnation, are the epitome of superfluous. Literally speaking, you could ignore these movies ever existing and nothing of value would be lost, because no one effectively needs to know what happened to the galaxy after that point, and no one really would even believe that something this bad would happen to all of our favorite characters. As far as I'm concerned, the last time we will ever see the Star Wars galaxy sequentially in the timeline is that last dance party on Endor after the second Death Star was destroyed, and Luke sees the Force ghost of his father, Anakin Skywalker, appear alongside Obi-Wan and Yoda. And then we get that final shot of all of our rebel heroes united in victory. And that is where Star Wars ended. That's all you need to know. Like, if you want spin-off stories that don't affect the greater plot of anything, you're welcome to have them. But continuing the saga after it had definitively ended like that, there's no point to it. It's not believable. It's not good storytelling. These movies, they literally are poorly written fan fiction that feels like it was written by 12-year-olds who don't understand the responsibility that they had taken onto their shoulders. They use spectacle and fan references completely undisciplined, and they don't, without understanding what made those things special to begin with. And that is the greatest failing of this trilogy. The fact that these spoiled, ungrateful children were given a great gift with Star Wars, given a great opportunity to make something great and contribute to one of the most successful and greatest film franchises of the history of cinema, and they squandered it. They turned it into a personal affair to promote themselves and shamelessly promote their bullshit backwards political agendas. And now the blame game for who is to blame for why this movie is basically tanking has started. A lot of people are claiming that, oh, it shouldn't be expected to make the same money as the Force Awakens, because the Force Awakens clearly set the bar too high. Yeah, tell that to the Avengers movies. You think that they basically set the bar too... You think that the first Avengers movie set the bar too high for Infinity War or Endgame? Sorry, that's not how this argument works. Then they basically are trying to say that, like, oh, J.J. Abrams is to blame. It seems like Disney is setting him up to take the fall for all this, whereas people who are trying to defend J.J. Abrams on his behalf are claiming that Disney literally hamstringed J.J. Abrams during the production of this film and required him to do a whole lot of stuff that he didn't agree with, cut a whole lot of the film out, to the point where J.J. is saying, why don't you just have it written and directed by Lucasfilm then? Well, until I actually hear J.J. Abrams actually talk about the story himself, I'm not really necessarily sure I'm going to believe it, and I'm certainly not going to sympathize with him either way, because he's such a big name and successful actor in Hollywood, director in Hollywood to begin with. I highly doubt that any of this is going to affect his career all that negatively. And I honestly think that it's just the people who work around him trying to save face for him in case Disney is trying to do this, or trying to basically shift the blame away from him and back onto the studio where they believe it belongs. Ryan Johnson, there's no friggin' excuse for him or Kathleen Kennedy. And the idea of Kathleen Kennedy and Ryan Johnson having any sort of continued history with not just Disney and Lucasfilm, but with this brand to begin with, is just a complete and utter farce. Like, they should effectively be out the door at this point now that Rise of Skywalker is almost confirmed to be a failure at the box office, because it might have made back its budget and then some, but it didn't gross nearly as much as they were expecting it to. Okay, so Ryan Johnson better not fucking get his trilogy with the friggin', Old Republic, because if that's how irreverently he ruined Luke Skywalker just so that he could make a bullshit political statement, then imagine what he's going to do to the Old Republic. Effectively, he's going to make it so, nobody in their right mind should have liked the Star Wars universe itself to begin with. And Kathleen, effectively, Jeremy over at Geeks and Gamers and some others, they're basically confident that Disney is now currently grooming Jon Favreau to take over Lucasfilm in Kathleen Kennedy's place. I don't necessarily know if I believe that that's going to pan out the way we want it to. We're all hoping that that's how it's going to be, but I have my doubts, because we were certain that Kathleen Kennedy was on her way out after she fucked up The Last Jedi and let Ryan Johnson fuck it up as well, but they ended up renewing her contract anyway. But we have heard that Disney is seriously displeased about the numbers that Rise of Skywalker currently has, and it showcases that they basically pulled out all the stops trying so hard to make this movie into a hit that it seems like if all their efforts are going to be for nothing, then heads are going to roll. But the absolute worst part is one of the things that I saw while I was at work today. Some garbage article from the Huffington Post literally tried to shift the blame once again onto us. They literally said, let's face an uncomfortable truth about the Star Wars franchise. The uncomfortable truth about the problems of the Star Wars franchise. The fans. Yep, because apparently it's the fans' fault for not liking mediocre fanfiction masquerading as Star Wars. It's clearly the fans' fault for not liking all this bullshit, regressive, far-left politics being forced into our movies. It's the fans' fault for not identifying with a complete Mary Sue character who has no personality. Yeah, meanwhile, you got the people who like these movies, who like Kylo Ren and Rey as a couple, literally threatening violence and death threats upon J.J. Abrams because he had the audacity to kill off their bae, Kylo Ren. And then you basically got, people slinging insults at John Boyega for pointing out that their relationship was an abusive one. Yeah. The truth only works so long as it supports their narrative, right? I didn't want to see this film. I would have been perfectly content with just letting this film go by and never, ever mentioning it again, because I knew it was going to be bad. I didn't need to see it to know how bad it was going to be. But the simple fact is, I was dragged to the movie against my will, and because of the fact that, my father offered to basically, pay for the ticket, I decided to basically just give him the opportunity to see the movie. But the simple fact is, this movie was not good. This movie literally showcases how bad Disney Lucasfilm under Kathleen Kennedy has fucked up this franchise. There was no game plan from the get-go. They were literally making it up by the seat of their pants. And that is and there's no greater evidence to showcase that they gave Ryan Johnson full creative control over his movie when, instead of having him follow and adhere to a strict game plan. If they actually had a plan for where these movies had to go, they should have forced him to follow it, regardless of his protesting and whining. And if he did protest and whine about it, they should have fired him from the project. This is part of Disney's suffering, because, basically speaking, it's been recently released, like, when it comes to, like, all the total gross movies, the gross amount of money that Disney has effectively, like, earned whenever it comes to them purchasing Star Wars and whatnot. So basically it seems like, and how much money they've lost on Star Wars between making the money, making the movies, making the merchandise, making the advertisements for all this stuff, the marketing and whatnot, not to mention paying the $4.6 billion price tag for the entire brand in and of itself. Effectively, it seems like Disney is in the hole for about $3 billion at this point, and it's only going to get worse from there, because they spent so much money trying to build a Star Wars theme park down at their parks in Orlando, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, which you would think would be a great tourist attraction for any Star Wars fan, except it's filled with a whole bunch of sequel trilogy garbage instead of what we would actually go to the park to see. Original trilogy stuff, prequel trilogy stuff, the characters that we actually love and care about. Effectively, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge is a ghost town. People aren't going there. The park is losing money on Galaxy's Edge, and worst of all, it's getting to the points where the rides are starting to break down. So yeah, friggin' Disney made a great job by buying this franchise, pandering to the built-in audience, then basically pandering to the social justice crowd, and then literally insulting their primary audience by saying, "Ha! We don't need you anymore. Be gone, peasants. We are free of your simple-minded bigotry." And yet, after that, Star Wars merchandise sales tanked. Toy sales tanked. Ticket sales tanked. DVD and Blu-ray sales tanked. Supplementary materials like books that are meant to come between the movies tanked. Comics tanked. Attendance at Galaxy's Edge non-existent. And thus we have The Rise of Skywalker. Episode 9, the movie that was supposed to end the Skywalker saga, and yet it seems now the media is moving away from that brand, because they now admit that this movie is so bad it does not deserve to be called the end of the Skywalker saga, or even a part of the Skywalker saga. How do you get to a point where the media literally starts to turn against you? Oh yeah, you cut out all that you cut out most of the progressive nonsense from your movies. Interesting how that works, isn't it? Like I said, Disney's suffering with Solo had only just begun. This is where the real fallout of the consequences of their actions will be. Now, I got the numbers wrong when it came to Solo. I just basically looked on the page that said that the film grossed a total of $300 million when it was really closer to 397. But who knows? Maybe that 97 had to go to pay for the marketing and the distribution all over the world and whatnot. So they basically probably only took home $300 million on a movie with a budget of $275 million. So, I hope they enjoyed that $25 million profit. But this movie, The Fall of Skywalker, this is basically where we see the consequences of what they had done come to fruition. And quite frankly, I'm a little bit upset about all this, because I honestly wanted this to happen as far back as The Force Awakens, but so many people were blinded by the spectacle and the novelty of having a new Star Wars film that they didn't judge the movie objectively. They didn't see the movie for the garbage that it actually was, the disappointing and just completely trite fan fiction that it was, and thus now we finally get to the point where now they are starting to see it. But had Disney had this reaction to the first movie in this new trilogy, things probably would have been different. They probably would have tried again. They probably would have struck the Force Awakens from canon and started over. And maybe they would have actually had a game plan this time. Maybe they actually would have gone to George Lucas. Oh, and speaking of which, it seems I literally called it back like, I don't know, a year ago when they started saying that they were going to bring George Lucas on to help kind of like make touch-ups to the script and like talk the idea. Yeah, I literally called it that the only reason that they were bringing George on was to shift the blame onto him. It turns out that George had virtually nothing to do with this movie, so yeah, they're also trying to shift the blame onto him as well. I'm just basically going to say this in my closing arguments to Disney. Disney, you are walking on the edge of a knife right now. You so far have remained lucky with the Mandalorian, but I've heard rumors that the latest few episodes of the season started to go downhill very fast, and your little marketing ploy with Baby Yoda to distract us from the dumpster fire of episode 9 failed. So now, with you announcing that you've got new projects on the way with new spin-offs, new TV series, new plans for a friggin' musical, all I'm saying is, watch yourself, because the fans have not yet deemed that your suffering is to come to an end. So the more money you keep throwing at this franchise, trying so desperately to try and make a profit on, the deeper and further into the hole you're going to sink. Now, a lot of people don't have that much faith that Disney will ever let go of the Star Wars IP, that they will hold on to that brand for as long as possible because owning the brand is apparently a whole lot more important than making profit off of it. But I've seen Disney before. I've seen Disney buy up properties before thinking that they were lucrative and they could profit off of them. When it turns out that the franchise, and mostly they ended up buying these franchises, these properties, for their marketing sales as well, for the merchandising, for the toys. When it turned out that keeping the series alive was a lot more trouble than it was worth and the toy sales weren't covering it, they decided to sell the IP back to its original owners. Now, I'm not saying that it's a one-to-one situation, because the franchise that I'm citing in this example, it's big, but it's not nearly as big as Star Wars, nor will it ever be as big as Star Wars. I'd say that it's still a quality series, or at least it used to be, but it's still not going to garner the same kind of reaction. But what I am saying is, Disney is run by a whole bunch of phonies. Disney is making the argument that they are doing like all of this over at Lucasfilm as a means of basically like reaching out to with progressive politics in order to show like how the world is changing, making statements that are like, oh, well, it's about time that women got this position. It's about time that all these underrepresented and minority groups got representation on film. But like I said, Disney doesn't care. They don't care about it at all. They're phonies. They will literally drop this stuff the moment that it stops being profitable. And we literally have evidence of them doing that when it comes to this movie's release in China. You remember how I mentioned in Rogue One how when The Force Awakens got taken over to China, they had to change the poster in order to make Finn less prominent, in order to trick the Chinese into going to see it? You have a country that's literally almost universally racist against African people of black skin color, and yet it's the United States that has the racism problem. They instead pander to the racist narrative in order to trick Chinese viewers into the seats. Rogue One, they don't care all that much about Star Wars. Let's trick them into believing that this isn't a Star Wars movie by changing the title to Ranger Solo. Did that fool anybody? Nope. This movie. There is literally one throwaway scene that is meant to be the LGBTQ representation in this movie, where a couple of background women in the Resistance, after the final battle has been won, they get together and they kiss in a completely blink and you'll miss it moment, because that's how important this entire moment is to the entire trilogy. This everybody who's screeching about representation, yeah, well, according to Disney Lucasfilm, a blink and you'll miss it moment is the best you're ever gonna get. That scene? When it's taken over to China, who has a strict, legal statute against homosexuality, to the point where the practice of homosexuality in China can land you in prison. Yeah, Disney Lucasfilm cut that moment out of the movie entirely. So, this studio that claims to be all for progressive politics is perfectly willing to shove the propaganda down the throat of the audience in the country that literally is no longer opposed to things like that, and yet the country that actually needs this kind of message to be shoved into their faces, they are just going to cut it out because they're more interested in gaining that country's money than they are actually supporting these progressive ideas. Well, at least the knowledge of them cutting out that brief moment of homosexuality in the movie completely worked and fooled China into giving them hundreds of millions of dollars in the domestic box office, right? Wrong. Like, literally speaking, it's estimated that The Rise of Skywalker is only making like a few $1 million at the box office before it's going to be kicked out. Effectively speaking, this entire plan to pander to China failed. I think I also find that so ironic because I'm pretty sure that like a lot of people were saying that like Rose Tico was brought in to basically check the Asian demographic and try to appeal to a Chinese audience. Except the Chinese found out that Kelly Marie Tran is actually Vietnamese. I hope I'm getting this story right and not confusing it with someone else. China hates Vietnam, so the idea that basically, like, they think that they're going to pander to the Asian demographic by having a Vietnamese character in the movie, yeah, that was dumb. It completely failed on them. Pandering to China just basically backfired on them 100%. So, you basically got the major up-and-coming box office market in China completely indifferent to your film, because they don't really care all that much about Star Wars, and you literally went out of your way to basically make the built-in fan base that you had here in the United States completely turn completely against any incarnation of this franchise that you had your name attached to. Great job, Disney. I'm sure you'll make so much more money on this franchise. And that, well, I think that at this point I've said everything that I need to say about the Disney Star Wars films. They're awful. They're just such terrible movies that it's virtually inconceivable that these movies actually exist. What kind of backwards clown reality are we living in to where Star Wars came back and yet ended up worse, in an even worse state than it was almost like 10 years ago? How did it get to a point where, like, lines about not liking sand and using the phrase wizard, or basically making jokes about pod racing, were somehow no longer seen as the lowest point in this Star Wars franchise. That's the power of Disney, people. And the worst part about it is that I literally told everyone that it was going to be like this, because the idea of Disney buying Star Wars is just not right. There are things that Disney is good at, but there are things that don't belong under the Disney brand. They don't belong under that umbrella. Disney is good at doing certain types of things, and they're bad at doing others. So the idea that basically Disney thinks that it can come in and basically just take over this long-running franchise and basically make it into what they want it to be, it was always going to fail. Oh well. At least we never got that opening shot of the Disney castle set in a vaguely Star Wars-esque version of itself, with basically like the Cantina Band playing the When You Wish Upon a Star music. But I think that's ultimately the worst part about this entire thing, because we can basically keep on believing 100% that these movies are not canon because nobody gives a crap about them. Nobody in their right mind is going to watch these movies ever again willingly after this point. But the saddest part is that unless something changes, unless Star Wars gets into the hands of people who have an actual passion for it and respect the legacy that came before it, or better yet, unless the brand gets out of Disney's hands altogether, then every single bit of Star Wars material that comes from this point onward in the future is always going to have the taint on it, the stain that is Disney. And so, and you guys want to know what the scariest part about all of this is that it's not going to stop with just Disney. Wait, it's not going to stop with just Star Wars. They're going to do this to Indiana Jones next. And I guarantee that if Kathleen Kennedy has such a vitriolic hatred for the men of Star Wars, imagine how badly she is going to castrate Indy on screen. Well, I refuse to be a part of that. I'm done. Until I hear news that something has changed, this will be my last interaction with anything Star Wars as long as Disney is at the helm. Sorry, Jon Favreau. I'm not coming back even if you are in charge. Hope you all have a good day. Wow, this has been a rather depressing week. I need to do something to lift my spirits. Something a bit funner. Something nostalgic. So I hope you guys will join me for when that happens, because it's going to happen real soon. See you then.